Hello, Orville Nation. How is everybody doing? We have an amazing panel of expert Orville journalists and non-journalists and geeks today. Um, we have the lovely Raquel, professional nerd.
Hi, everyone.
Woo! The lovely meteorologist Katie Nicolau.
Hi, everyone.
The lovely Elaine, who's not letting us see her, Nerd Cookies.
Your neon sign is radiating today.
Thank you.
And one of our favorite heretics in the whole wide world, Drew Taylor.
Yeah.
Hello.
And we have a surprise guest coming too. Whenever we'll see when she shows up. So how's everybody doing? Hi, Philip Gaming, Troy, Stephen Klein, Ben Bird, LJ might be joining us. Let's see. So Jonathan Myers, Fortian, Stephen Klein, Louise, everybody in the chat. Adega, thanks guys for coming.
Yeah.
So this is a topic that we have been. I have been putting off, and I think we've barely mentioned it. I think Raquel mentioned it one time about the new actress to join the Orville crew. Her name is Ann Winters. And I think this is as good a time as any to go and speculate like we do. We love to do because we don't have too much information about it, but we have great ideas. We have the best ideas on the internet. So let me start with Raquel. What do you think about what are your impressions? Did you know who this actress was before she was brought on board, or is she new to you?
She's new to me. But it's because I don't usually watch things in her genre. However, she does have 25 credits. So, I mean, she has a lot of experience. She's been in Countdown, the remake of The Grand Hotel, the English version, 13 Reasons Why, Zach and Mia, Night School, Cruel Intentions, a TV movie from 2016, The Tribe, Wicked City, Flirting with Madness, The Fosters, which is another TV series. So I wasn't familiar with her. However, I can tell you this. Wow, take a look at her Instagram. She is a tall glass of water. What a beautiful young woman. She's only 25. I think she turns 26 this year. And she seems very poised and very professional, and she's great to look at. Let's hope that she is a sensational actress. I think it's really important for people not to just look at beautiful women and go, oh, okay, she must be dumb, or she's going to be a terrible actress. I want everybody to give her a chance because, it's just as likely that she's brilliant and she's going to be a wonderful actress. But yes, holy cow, guys. Smoke show beyond. This girl is 10 plus.
Yeah, Raquel, what I wanted to kind of rip off of there, that kind of I think there's a good parallel between her and Tricia Helfer when when we first get introduced to Tricia, and this is very striking. Both women are tall. Both women are beautiful, model quality women, and just and they wound up knocking it out of the park from minute one as an actress.
Drew, let me just stop you 1 sec. I just want to bring on one of our new panelists. She's never been here before. Just give a nice warm welcome to LJ.
Hey,
hello, LJ. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Well, hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
Oh my God, you guys can see me.
We can see you.
Yes,
we can.
That's so awesome.
Awesome. So, great. Thanks for joining us, LJ. So, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Drew.
Well, no, I was just like I said, I was just making the parallel because, it's very striking. That's the first impression I got, when I sort of looked into Ann Winters. And
But they say that she's pretty tiny, sweetheart. But I totally agree that, Trisha Helfer is just an absolutely stunningly beautiful woman, and also a great actress and a wonderful person. But yes, we should definitely factor in that there are several sources that are reporting that Little Ann Winters is only 5'3". So when you start thinking about what
she's
her
my height.
character can and can't be, or you start imagining possibilities, you need to realize that this girl probably doesn't even break a buck. And in Canada, that means that she can't be more than 100 pounds. So she doesn't break a buck, and she's only 5'3", or so they say. So when you're imagining her, this is a supermodel, gorgeous young woman, but very, very tiny, very petite. So let your mind start going in that direction when you're imagining what kind of character she could shape up to be.
Okay. Now let me ask Nerd Cookies, where have you heard of Ann Winters before, or was she new to you?
She's new to me. I think I have Grand Hotel in my queue, but I haven't checked it out yet. Been meaning to. But yeah, she has a lot of long career. I mean, it's so far very impressive what it looks like. So I'm excited to see her for sure. And it's nice. We need more short people representation.
What about you, LJ? Had you heard of her before we started to talk about this, or when she got announced?
Well, speaking as someone who is 5'2", I'm pleasantly surprised to find out that she's a shorty, actually. And no, I had to look her up. And watching her trailers actually made me feel more confident in how she will fit into the cast. She has taken on some really juicy roles. Not just everyone talks about the one show, 13 Reasons Why, but she's actually in another show, Zach and Mia, that deals with some really intense life matters. And I think she's going to bring a lot to the Orville Nation.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, chat and everybody else, give the short people high five, because, hey.
Well, not a high
also,
five.
so that's nice.
Short people a low five. Give them a low five.
I know, right?
We
can't jump very high.
Don't do the high five. That's just mean. They'll have to jump at it. It's not. Don't do that. A low five.
Don't make me jump, man.
Sorry.
Oh, that's great.
So, Katie, I didn't hear what you thought. Now, did you know who she was?
Oh yeah, I had no clue. I don't really watch like 13 Reasons Why or shows like that, and so I looked her up before the podcast today, and I agree. She definitely seems like she's going to be on the shorter side, but that actually made me think, well, are they going to put her in prosthetics? Because we are only seeing a few recurring characters with prosthetics on. There's some ways, especially with shorter people, it's almost somewhat easier to put on prosthetics. You just have literally less material you have to use. I wonder, maybe she'll be an alien.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Short people look the best in heels, too.
There you go.
That's what I tell myself.
I don't know, man. It was funny, like, in the past.
Sorry to interrupt you, Drew. Just for 1 second, I just want to sideline the whole team here. Is there any possible way that we could bring up her Instagram, just so we could show how incredible she is while Drew sort of runs down his thoughts? Sorry to interrupt you, sweetheart. Shoot.
No, I was just gonna say it. It's funny. Like LJ mentioned the heels thing, and it's like. It was funny because in the past, when I've gone out on a date or something with somebody my height, and it's like, she wears heels. I'm like, hi.
Yeah, I'm 5'8", and I'm over 6 feet when I wear heels. So,
wow.
Yeah, I'm
5'6", and I cannot wear heels.
Yeah, I'm a big old tall girl.
Does anyone have any speculation, since we know her last name is Charly Burke, and any origins there. You know, Seth MacFarlane included Admiral Halsey, which is a kickback to a Navy admiral. There's actually, I looked it up, there is a Navy admiral with the last name of Burke. So just kind of wondering if...
That's the Arleigh Burke class of frigates. And that's where I bet you that they got Charly Burke, because there's the Arleigh Burke class of frigates, which, by the way, piece of trivia here, guys, if you go watch the movie Battleship, you get to see the Arleigh Burke class of Navy vessel in that particular movie. So yeah, that's exactly where that came from.
What is the spelling of Burke? Is it the same spelling?
Burke.
Scroll a little bit, PJ.
Yep.
Let's get to the good stuff. Wait until you guys see her. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. She's beautiful. She doesn't take herself too seriously. She's kind of goofy at times. But you can definitely tell she has a very strict diet. She's definitely taking care of herself.
Oh.
And this is a star on the rise, guys. She's 3 years younger than my daughter. So this little one is only 25 years old. She's on her way to the top. She's just absolutely beautiful and tiny, and 25 credits, a credit for every year she's alive.
She looks very young, yeah.
Yeah, she's on her way.
Ooh, she's impressive.
Yeah, sensational young woman.
There's I was wondering to see if she had a maybe Star Trek uniform on anywhere, or something similar.
There is. No, go ahead.
Yeah, there is footage of her in the new Orville uniform, and also in this Instagram, you get to see her quite a lot.
The Wild West.
Longoria.
Oh wow!
So her and Eva Longoria are pretty tight.
Gosh.
Okay.
She got killer set of legs. My goodness.
Yeah, and 5'3". Those are her legs, and she's 5'3". This is a girl who, works for her bod.
Oh yeah.
That's a cute picture.
Oh, pupper.
What is that? Is that a dog?
I was just thinking, what is that? Yeah. Is it a dog?
I thought it was a bear cub.
It's a dog.
Yeah, I think it's a bear cub.
It looks like a bear cub.
I think you're right, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's adorable.
That is so cute.
If I'm
Kinda
wrong,
looks like a
though,
pig,
you can't
too,
bake
in
me
some
into cookies, okay, Elaine? Like, if I'm wrong about anything, you can't turn me into cookies. There'll be no nerd cookies made of me.
Oh, I'll try.
Aw.
So
I think it's a little puppy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a puppy. It's got to be a puppy.
Is it a puppy?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I don't know. That does not look like
I
a
don't
puppy.
know.
No, them
No claws to you guys.
Yeah, them
It's
claws.
half puppy, half bear.
Yeah, I know. Right? Them claws don't look too puppy.
Does it say? Does she have in her description?
I don't see. I don't see. Oh, it says puppy. Yeah, it says puppy.
But here's the thing. When you're talking about somebody who comes in such a tiny package, in such a teeny tiny package, but you're also talking about a young woman who is a striking beauty, what do you do when you're Seth MacFarlane? Do you do what Katie said? Because I'm thinking kind of like Katie.
Yeah.
Do you take advantage of her physical nature, her being so tiny? Is that what's going to happen here? Or will we capitalize on this girl's tremendous beauty and add another beautiful woman to the cast? And that would be really great. I think that it's great either way for me, but it's just interesting to audition those ideas in your mind.
No, I mean Battlestar Galactica did it, so
Yeah.
I can't wait you.
Yeah. Battlestar Galactica is an ensemble cast of gorgeous, gorgeous women. The men, not so much.
No, well, Script Doctor just hates Gaius.
Now that I think about it, they have a pretty good mix between actors who are covered up in makeup or prosthetics and then just normal human looking actors. So I wonder, they could go either way feasibly.
Yeah.
It's not like there's too much of either.
Yeah.
She could have just a little bit of makeup like Alara and Tala, for example.
Yeah.
A little bit of prosthetic.
But I mean, there is some sensitivity there, right, folks? Because we know that there was a correction done to the eyebrows to enhance the beauty, so that there was less. It was, the physical beauty was more pronounced once the eyebrows were recessed somewhat. Because of course, that first episode there were no eyebrows, and then all of a sudden the eyebrows appeared. So there is some core sensitivity there to creating a pleasing visage.
Now, what about the idea that, because a lot of people are asking if she's going to be part of is she going to be part of the Planetary Union, or is she going to be a civilian? What do you guys think about that? What do you think, LJ?
Oh, that's a really good question. That's one I actually hadn't really pondered before. I've been thinking about all these different ways that they could bring her in. Just based on her last name, I kind of assumed she'd be a part of the Planetary Union already, just looking for ways to prove herself. I went more down the rabbit hole of what she's going to be. I know she's going to be human, but it's not uncommon in the past in other series to see people who were half Vulcan, half human, half Benzenoid, half human. I was kind of wondering if they wouldn't do something fun, just a little bit, not too obvious, but make her, have something. I personally would love to see an empath on the show. Someone who could reason other people's emotions.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just my mind going into its own little corners. Don't really know where they're going to encounter her. I did see a rather strange picture of her on the internet. I don't know if anyone else saw this, but she was in costume and seemed to be on set.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And not just the Orville uniform. She wasn't wearing an Orville uniform at the time, in a Planetary Union one.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
No.
There's
I saw the
another
other
one.
where she was wearing the new uniform with the silver around the collar.
And see, that's why I hate to speculate, because this could have been a photoshopped picture.
People
There's
do
a lot
that.
of photoshops, yeah.
Yeah,
so
people do that. So what
it
do you
will be
think of the
interesting.
idea? So what do you think of the idea that she could be the prodigal daughter rather than the prodigal?
Oh, yes.
What do you think of the fact that she may take on a sort of, the tried and fired, the trial by fire daughter who returns a little tougher and a little, what do you think?
I kind of like it, but are you referring to her? I mean, what do you mean exactly by trial by fire daughter? Or you mean because there's
that's sort of the daughter that sort of got into trouble, had a bunch of adventures, and then came back and wanted to prove herself along the same lines when you were saying earlier, what if she has to prove herself? So
I just thought of a really, I wonder if the trial by fire daughter spun something by me with, how there's like an alternate timeline now. What if in that one, Ed and Kelly, they stay together, they have a daughter.
You gotta wonder.
And they somehow bring her back into the prime timeline. And now that's what I'm going with.
That could bring so many interesting dynamics. I mean, the fact that Malloy might kind of put his, hand out a little bit and get to know her. And imagine if Ed finally did find out that there was a relationship connection, how that dynamic would affect his friendship with Malloy. It would be very interesting. It definitely wouldn't be boring.
Yeah.
Is she coming on as an ensign or lieutenant?
We don't, as far as I know, we don't know anything except her name, technically. I mean, does anybody have a picture they want to share that might not be? Because
I was going to ask, do y'all have that picture of her on set, or
don't have
is
that?
that what y'all saw?
I was barely got myself here.
I wasn't sure if that was authentic.
Because I wasn't sure either if she was going to be part of the Union or civilian being brought on.
Let me go see if I can find it.
Now, remember that they kind of just added Marina Sirtis as a civilian. So, and I think she's gonna probably have some kind of role in season 3, kind of like Cassius did.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I kind of thought too, LJ, about Like maybe she'd be half, like, a product of two different species there.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's
also
something
thought
that we
too
would
about the
find out later.
Betazoid. Maybe she could be have the empathic abilities. Because I was also thinking maybe she'd be a counselor because they need therapy.
My gosh, yes.
They're wanting that. Well, the doctor has provided marriage counseling before, but they might need a full-time.
I feel like she gladly, maybe like Finn just sent in a request, like, please just take these nutcases off my hands.
Well, it's interesting. They were saying that in this season, in season 3, we're going to see parts of the Orville that we haven't seen before. And I've been trying to think, well, what part of the Orville hadn't we seen? How about like a therapeutic area?
Yeah, the spa.
Oh, a spa?
No, I was thinking more like counselor style, but still.
Yeah.
I was just thinking how bad
That's
a
important
spa
too.
could get if Yaphet just melted into the hot tub. That would be.
I would love that. I would love a scene of Yaphet just like oozing out into like, what is this green? Oh, it's so moisturizing. It's really moisturizing.
They have the holodeck for that, right? They can have their own spa anytime.
Yeah. True. It would just
That's
take up
interesting,
space.
though. I haven't thought about that. New parts of the ship to be explored.
Yeah, and with that goes like what LJ was saying about new parts of the Orville and new roles, new like the counselor or maybe some other thing we haven't seen before.
Bartender. We need a Guinan.
Oh,
Well, we have got.
Wasn't Jason Alexander?
yes.
Yes. How could I forget that?
He was great.
We have Onyx.
I didn't realize it at first, too. He's awesome.
We need him back more.
Yeah. Like Quark, we need someone.
Yeah, well, Gene Roddenberry liked to stick with 8 or 9 core cast members. So, I mean, I think it's really interesting that we're about to hit 9. So, I think it's quite possible that she could wind up being core cast.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, and he said that this was going to be meatier, this was going to have a little bit of gravitas. I think that it could be a more serious character who brings that sense to the core crew.
So I forget what did Lamar do before he was engineer? He was on the bridge, but now I forget what he was doing.
He was a pilot.
He was a
Gordon wasn't.
He was a
I
pilot.
thought Gordon was a pilot.
He was
So it's kind of navigator / pilot.
Okay.
navigator.
Well,
I
maybe-
think.
Mapping the
Yeah.
quickest routes.
Mm-hmm.
So she might fill that position if she's going to be on the bridge.
Yeah, that's true. Could be. That's a good one.
That's the most popular theory out there that she'll fill in for that, and that because that back and forth that Gordon and Lamar had was very good, and they don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be neat to have that dynamic on the bridge. Introducing a new element.
Yeah, I think people would kind of want that back, so that would be cool.
Yeah, navigation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems to make the most sense. Shout out to my buddy the ambassador. I haven't seen you in a while, dude. Good to see you.
So we talked about 2 positive hybrids she could be, a betazoid, but what if she was a negative hybrid, like a krill or even something along the lines of, I was kind of wondering what sort of baddie we're going to get for Orville season 3. There's always at least one big baddie. And if you guys remember back in Star Trek, there was the Q Collective, kind of like this godlike entity. And so, I don't know, I thought it would be kind of fun if she could in some way, shape, or form be like that, but it's probably a very big long shot, but less of a long shot would be her being at least part krill and finding out later. Plus they have the treaty now, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, what
that's
if
true.
she
Maybe
krill
it'll be
and
the first
she's
step
the
into
exchange person? I don't know.
maybe the first step of krill union relations.
Mm-hmm.
Having that. I hadn't thought about that. That's really interesting.
Everything's on the table right now. Jeff says, "What if she's like a Nurse Chapel type, and she's going to be in the medical bay with Dr. Finn?"
I was thinking about that too.
That could be.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that too.
Oh, nice. We can't. You see, we finally find Boxy, and now we can't get rid of Boxy.
They also don't have.
Oh.
Do they have a cartographer still? Because there was that
7 of 9.
Krill.
Could be the Wesley Crusher.
I
of
agree.
the Order.
So she
Oh,
basically is going to be the Wesley Crusher. Like it feels
that's-
very.
Oh,
Please,
no.
let's cringe.
Oh, I know, right?
Hey,
I mean, I love Wesley and I love Will Wheaton, but I don't know if I could go through that again.
maybe we'll cross universes and she could be a Cylon. I wonder if her spine glows.
What about this one that Ben Bird says? What if she's a hologram?
I was just reading that. That's
Ooh,
just
I
really
don't see what that
interesting.
means.
That's interesting.
Oh, I actually would love to see a character that's holographic. I love the Doctor and Voyager, so that'd be.
Oh yeah, he's my favorite of that show. I think. Who had the theory that the holodeck was intelligent to a degree? Who had that?
Everyone.
I can't remember us talking about that.
Somebody said
Is what
that.
happened with Gordon? Well, I meant like.
Right. Oh, right.
Yeah. Everyone was thinking that. Yeah, it was kind of strange because
That's very interesting, and that could be a possibility if bring a
what if
hologram
she
in there.
manifests as that
Hmm
after the whole
Oh my gosh!
boy?
No, bring it back.
That's about the extent he'll sit on my lap.
What's his name?
Oh,
That's Gambit, named after the X-Men.
Oh yes, Gambit.
Nice.
He had the best accent.
Oh, I know, man. Him and Rogue are still one of my favorite
Couples all
Marvel
time.
couples of all time. Yes, absolutely.
Could
Do you have another cat named Rogue?
No, actually, my other cat is named Apollo, and he's shy, so I can't even get him up here. But of course, we know who Apollo is named after.
Now, if she's going to be part of the crew, we can make this determination. Would she fit into a standard counselor, stellar cartography, a standard role that we've seen before, or will they be innovative and find something new, some new role for her?
it's Seth. I think they'll be innovative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe with the
She could be
Kalon
like housekeeping.
conflict, maybe she could be an artificial intelligence expert, or
That's much better than housekeeping.
That's interesting. Expert on the Kalon.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So she'll be like Shelby in the Borg.
DJ, I will take my River Song journal and I will smack you with it. I'll defend Jodie Whittaker's doctor till the grave,
Katie,
and then beyond.
No.
I forgot to say that DJ has agreed to a debate with you on Doctor Who if you're up to it.
Really? Okay.
More about that one.
TJ, you realize that she's Greek, right? She's half Greek and half Scottish. You don't want to rile her up.
Deadly cocktail.
Oh,
It's a deadly cocktail. I'm telling you, man. Coming from just you don't want to touch that. That's fire.
I don't know. Katie's such a sweetheart. I couldn't see her getting fired up though.
But she'd be a good debater.
You
Man.
sweet innocent people have yet to see the rage.
But no, her and DJ would be a good debate. Trust me, we're still going to do that show later on our BSD show where we're going to have a few people on that are really staunch fans of the 1978 series, and we're going to go at it with them.
Nice.
So that's going to be fun.
I feel like debates, because people are doing back and forth with the video chat and everything in isolation, they're becoming more fun, in between fandom debates. Because usually there's a certain amount of heat to that fire, but now they're just screw it, we have nothing better to do. Let's do this.
Yeah,
Okay,
there is that. It is more fun now.
What about this theory? Remember, we had talked about that. Somebody said that what if they had Kalon biological, the people who created the Kalon in the Cavalon Zoo. What if they rescued her and she becomes part of the crew?
Oh, That'd be amazing.
That could be too. They've got a quality writing team, so whatever backstory they give her, she's going to be pretty good, and you're going to get a good amount of development. So,
if she is just a humanoid, it'll be interesting to see what language she chooses to use. Since she is so youthful, I mean, the type of music that she listens to is going to be significantly different. The type of way, just like her youthful culture, it'll be nice to see if there's any difference between her and the other cast.
Well, yeah, she won't be singing Dolly Parton, that's for sure.
She won't know Dolly Parton.
No. Who's Dolly? What's Dolly Parton?
Oh, Axonar.
hey, Axonar, how you doing, buddy?
And yes, Katie is part of the Axonar family now.
Yes.
Yay!
Kind of.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this fandom forecast working. There
you
have
give us
been
the
some
updates?
interesting things. Huh?
Can you give us an update?
Oh, I can
Or
give you an
not
update as to how hard it is to build graphics. I'm I'm trying a new graphics system because we just got a new graphics package, and so it's kind of like relearning how to ride a bike. And so that's kind of been put on hold while we're building all of our new graphics packages and stuff. But it's happening. I have a vision. I just have to figure out how to make my hands work with the computer.
It's so exciting right now. That's the one good thing that's coming out of quarantine. I think everybody's creative juices are flowing, and it's great.
Oh gosh,
Because,
yes.
I mean, you're coming up with new fandom forecasts. I mean, I just had this great project. Raquel's working on things.
Drew, can you give us a quick update on what your project is so everybody knows? So not everybody knows.
Oh boy.
And the name of it?
All right, so I started my own website. As you guys know, I write for the publication Bounding Into Comics. I've done really well with that, and I'm still writing for them. That hasn't changed. They gave me my first opportunity. I'm very grateful, and I love those guys, man. They're like family. So, I'm never going to leave Bounding, but I wanted to kind of spread my wings and start off on my own. One of the guests that we had on a few weeks back, PJ, the guy that does the Captain Love, Mr. E, Drew, he and I spoke about, and I told him that, I was kind of kicking around the idea of starting my own website. Well, he offered me free hosting if I picked up the domain. Well, it just so happened that I've had this brand that I've been trying to find the right vehicle for God, I think I coined it back in 2001. And it started off as just the first gaming clan that I ever made playing video games. And the name always stuck. And I always wanted to do something with the brand Sickest of All. Well, here it came. I found the domain. I bought it. And then Drew gave me the hosting. And we got the website up live. And now we've got some people on our writing team. And by the way, anybody out in the chat, we are actively looking for writers. We are a pop culture and current events news website. And,
you don't say.
Yeah, and we're trying to just we have a slogan called "Nuking the Narrative," and it's to kind of bring out that sort of sense, like we're going to give you good stories, informative articles, and focus on that. We're not going to put anything out there with a bunch of spin. We're not going to put anything out there to try and make you feel some kind of way. We're just going to give you stories about your favorite things in movies, television, music. We have, as I said, current events. We have all kind of things for everyone when you come to the site. So we're going to have our official site launch in 6 days on 4/20. And
what did I expect anything else?
and I just thought it would be fun. It would be a fun day. It'd be appropriate. So we're gonna do it then. But the site is up live. If you want to put the link in the chat, PJ, sickestofall.com. you can go there, and we have stories up already. We have about 20 stories up, and big shout out to our writing team that they've done a bang up job, and we've only got half a dozen writers right now, and we've put up 20 stories within the past probably 4 days. So
Wow.
And they are taking submissions. Please, just to make that clear, Drew is taking submissions. So if you'd like to pitch an idea, or if you'd like to pitch a story to Drew, please go to the website and please engage with the forums there, and we'll see what Drew can do.
yeah, you can reach out to me on Twitter, guys. And if you have an interest in writing, look, it doesn't matter if you haven't written before. Let's work together. Let's find your inner writer. Because it's like I tell the writing staff, I'm there to have your back, and that's what we do. That's what I'm there for. Also, as a writer myself and editor in chief, that's what I'm there for. So I'll gladly work with you. So please reach out to me on Twitter if you're interested in writing, and you can have that opportunity. Just find the category that you feel you would enjoy. Mm-hmm. Because, like I said, we have a lot. If you could stop right there, PJ, we have movies, we have TV and streaming platforms, we have room for gaming, we have comics, obviously, anime and manga, music, celebrity stories. We do need staff wrestling writers, by the way, and Blast Zone is our current events area, and we need that too as well. So there you go.
Thank you, Drew.
Awesome.
All righty. It looks good, and it's up and running, and it's off to a fantastic start. Wow.
Thank you, Drew. And so there you have it, chat. Please make sure that you go by sickestofall.com. If you have any story ideas or just would like to engage with the material, please feel free to do that. And send out a congratulations to Drew, because he's worked very hard on this project. And there are a lot of people working together to bring you content.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I can't thank PJ and Raquel enough, because they've given me a lot of help behind the scenes, and they've been 100% behind me, and they're great friends. I mean, they're more family than friends, and and thanks to everybody else, and Katie, you're always awesome and uplifting and inspiring, and Elaine, you're an absolute joy to talk to every time I talk to you, and LJ, you seem like a very wonderful person yourself. So, I appreciate the compliments and the support, guys. Thank you very much.
Lots of love, baby. Lots of love.
So back to ridiculously optimistic speculation, guys.
Right.
Other possibilities. We might see her. So, I mean, it was interesting what you guys said about being related to somebody on the Orville. I don't. Is that possible? Is that viable for her to be related to somebody?
I have a theory now. The gears have been turning. So what if there's the two timeline thing? She is Ed and Kelly's daughter, and then gets brought back into the prime timeline because that one's destroyed or whatever. And they're like, oh, pull a Naomi Wildman and take her back with us. And so Ed and Kelly now have a 25, 26-year-old daughter, and they're kind of thrown into this whole parent thing. I could totally see that dynamic working, especially if Gordon maybe hits on her or something, and then you just see Ed away.
Yes.
there's some stuff in there that could be worked with.
Wow. Nerd Cookies, any crazy ideas that you may have been thinking about this week with regards to what she might be on the Orville, or who she might be?
Man, I'm still processing Katie's thing with the timeline. My mind's boggling.
I know. That was a mind blower upper.
But now the fan fiction can commence.
That's totally possible. Yeah.
it would make sense for Ed and Kelly to have like another huge thing that they are going through.
I totally ship them.
Yeah.
I totally ship them.
Yep. That ship set sail season 1.
I think it would be neat if it's connected to the Kalon in some way, because I feel like they just ended it, with such a intricate storyline with the timeline involving the Kalon, to have something result in that carries on to the next one, next season. I don't know. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking, maybe I was thinking maybe she would just be like this scientist studying the Kalon and has, but maybe she's a biological, a Kalon. I mean, I didn't think about that. That would be really interesting to explore.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting. We all assume that her character is going to have an aptitude towards intelligence and smarts. But what if she's not book smart, street smart? What if she gets on the and what if she's in a rather menial task? What if she's on like the mess hall duty and something happens on the ship, for some reason gets thrown into the opportunity to help save the day in a way or another, and a degree of cleverness that could be fostered. I mean, just thinking.
That would make sense too, for something completely random to happen
Mm-hmm.
that will result in her being on the ship throughout the season. Something we never expected.
And then just have her character grow.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting to imagine her from a writer's perspective instead of a viewer's perspective. So we know that McFarlane is pretty good at writing, and he's been challenging some of our beliefs and some of our politics and some of our popular culture. So when I look at him introducing another character and sealing her in as like the 9th character in the design of Gene Roddenberry, who he looked up to, I think of things like, the magician, the sage, the caregiver. Like I think
the
of
bard.
I think of what archetype Seth could be conjuring, and sort of how that could fit as a wild card. So I think it's interesting to think about who she can be as a viewer. But I also think that it's interesting to think about what Seth might have in mind from the perspective of a writer. What's missing from the show? I asked the chat and the panel that was in his beloved Star Trek, and not the characters specifically, but what those characters represented. Strength, security, like the major archetypes, like the caregiver, the creator, the explorer, the hero, the innocent, the jester. Obviously, that's Malloy. The lover, the magician, the orphan, the rebel. That's what I was saying earlier. I think she might wind up being like the prodigal's daughter. She might have been, like the kid gone bad and returned and wanted to make good. And then, we've got the ruler, we've got the sage. So it's interesting to talk, like I said, like viewers, but what do you see as writers, as authors? Where do you think Seth might go? What would be interesting to Seth? Because it's very obvious that he likes to take on incredibly weighty, serious, highly political topics, and then presents them in a way where he doesn't decide for us. He just gives us information to start the dialogue. So maybe it's a good idea to also think from a writer's perspective instead of just a viewer.
That's actually really good, Raquel. What is missing on the Orville? Just before I forget, guys, I just want to say I'm sorry, Ben Bird, that you lost your cat. Sorry that.
No.
We're all cat lovers, so
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
I just lost my cat of 20 years also, so I feel you. I felt so terrible. My heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry.
So that's a good question that Raquel asked to the chat and to everybody. What's missing on the Orville? What could be developed? What's underdeveloped on the Orville?
Yeah, because like this is somebody who spent his a good many years pining to be on Star Trek, and was always, pish-poshed or shooed away like a kid and told, no, you can't be on Star Trek. And then he finally got on Enterprise. And I mean, we're talking about a true Trekkie. This guy is like a TOS from the beginning Trekkie.
It's hard to speculate. Maybe being that, in his fledgling years, maybe he liked Wesley Crusher's character quite a bit. And we are, in a sense, missing that on the Orville right now. Someone who needs to learn the ropes, somebody who needs to be guided and developed so that they can be a leader.
Yeah, and that was Alara, and now she's gone. That's a very good point, LJ.
Well, that's a really good point. What about the boys? What about Dr. Finn's boys? Do you think one of them will end up going into? Do you think the older son will end up going into Starfleet? I mean, into service.
Seth loves
crossover event.
That little Freudian slip.
Ty and Marcus. Is Dr. Finn's eldest son how old do you think he's going to be? Like right about now? What would you say?
15, 16 ish. So he's right where he feasibly could be, getting ready to head off and do stuff on his own. Might be a little young, but he's shown that he's more than capable.
He's about Wesley's age.
Do you think that he would be a good vehicle to be Wesley? Because I know that I've been watching Star Trek for over 40 years. And it's, I watch over 600 hours of it each and every year. So I'm a hardcore Trekkie. And the thing is that online, especially on social media, Wesley Crusher gets a really bad rap. Like, people don't like him. And they make all these memes about him and stuff like that. But the bottom line is that Gene Roddenberry introduced Wesley Crusher because he wanted to have an element of himself in the show. So basically, like a cross between Gene Roddenberry and Mozart. What would happen if you had this precocious genius child? And it was a way of him inserting himself into the story. So what I really like LJ's sort of, moving her thoughts over in that direction, because wouldn't it be cool if Seth decided to do that? What if Seth decides to create a Wesley Crusher character and sort of insert himself into the narrative, insert himself into the story in the same way? And let's just hope it's a little bit more successful.
Well, Wesley Crusher's character suffered from bad writing sometimes.
Sometimes. 99.999.
Can't blame a guy for trying. He gets a bowl of Thalian mousse and he thinks it's going to solve everything.
Yeah.
I do love the idea of when they had them children being part of the story, and I loved it with Isaac. I loved that the whole interaction with him and the children, and I think that's an essential part of Star Trek too. We could be the kids that we are inside through them. This is what they'd be experiencing, and we're kind of vicariously experiencing that through them. Yeah. And Voyager had the same thing, and Deep Space Nine. It was just a common theme to have some, precocious child in there.
Yes, you have to have a Buck Rogers. You have to have a Battlestar Galactica. You have to have a Star Trek, a sort of a family element. I completely agree. Nerd cookies, please don't bake me. But
one thing that I would absolutely love to see. This could be an interesting dynamic. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if any other sci-fi show has done this, where you go to a planet or you find a child from a planet that isn't a part of the Union, doesn't have space travel, maybe pull them from back in time for all we know, and you bring them aboard the ship. They don't have anyone, they don't have any family, and the crew literally becomes their family.
Yeah, the orphan.
I wonder if she could be, the orphan.
Yeah,
and
that's a good one.
Take on that role of everything is new, as if
it would go against every regulation. So it would be very interesting. They'd probably do it.
Yes. No, but it would be a great way to put the viewer into the show. It would help with like, oh, what's this thing do? Oh, well, everyone knows that, but we'll explain it to you. Like sort of a thing.
Yeah.
She'd have to have a high aptitude for learning then, because it would be very hard then to work her into being on something like the bridge so quickly. But it could happen.
Yeah. That is great speculation, Katie. Great speculation.
I have occasional good ideas.
Now, what about the possibility of now we've talked about this all week actually, but I just want to ask, I want to ask, we haven't had you guys on. What about the possibility of special guest stars this year that he might surprise us with, that Seth might surprise us with?
I think we're going to see some more Oscar people. I think it's going to be some more really, really heavy hitters like Charlize Theron. I think that this show is delightful. I think people love the way it's handling politics. And I think, like Katie always says, it's a little bit more approachable than Star Trek. Star Trek was so cerebral, it got canceled. And this show's a little more approachable. So, I mean, we've already had Rob Lowe, and I just think it will be great. I think we'll have a lot of throwback stars from the 80s. And I also think that we might have some more Oscar winners. It would be terrific if we do.
Shatner is Avis. Oh my God. That comment.
I love you, Katie.
I can't take credit for that. That was Steven. I saw him like, oh my gosh, that could work. That could absolutely work. Oh my gosh.
I would love some more cameos, though, from classic Star Trek.
Yeah?
Jonathan Frakes or LeVar Burton. I would love to see them.
Oh, LeVar Burton would be incredible.
Mark Hamill.
No, we were talking about Trisha Helfer earlier. Bring on Trisha, babe.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, and Mark Hamill? Yes.
I am convinced, by the way.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Can I go left field and say Seth Green?
Ooh, Seth Green.
That's great.
Yeah. I mean, he's an incredible actor. It'd be really interesting because he has such a quirky brain. So he would for sure have some input on how he would want to be put into the show. But
yeah,
he'd be really funny.
I could see.
What about the
Seth
guy
Green for sure.
who directed Thor Ragnarok and plays Thor?
Oh, Taika.
Yes, him. I could totally see him fitting in.
He's already messed around with the Mandalorian though, so.
True. Why not get into more?
I have this crazy idea that someday Anthony Daniels, who plays C-3PO, is going to be a Klingon.
I wouldn't be surprised about that, PJ.
First of all, you need to be that skinny to fit into one of those like Mark Jackson.
No, especially after
and he's always been a droid to us.
Yeah.
Well, I think you hit on something there too, and I think he'll be available because, like, after the treatment that he got in the sequel trilogy, I really think that he'd probably be up for another project because, it did leave a bad taste in his mouth. So I know that he would definitely want to.
Yeah.
Can we back up to Stephen Klein, please? At 409, Stephen Klein's comment.
Yep.
I like this one.
Oh, wait.
This is good.
Oh my
Very
God.
Very cute,
That would
Stephen.
be good.
Yes. Yes.
Definitely a resemblance there. They look like they could be brothers.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay,
that would
here's
be such a good episode.
yeah,
Yes.
that would work.
This has come
Oh.
up before. I think maybe Steven has brought this up before, actually, because we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Can someone
That's
like tweet Simon Pegg and tell him that this needs to happen?
Obey Katie. Obey. You must obey Katie.
Can
Yeah.
someone help me remember? I'm having trouble remembering. Do we ever get to see either of Seth's parents as of yet? I'm sorry, Ed Mercer's parents as of yet?
Yes, but they
I
weren't
thought we
actually
did.
his parents, were they?
They were fake, though, yeah, but we
They
saw
were
it.
fake, but they were his parents.
I would love to see, I don't know if this could work, but I would love to see Alex Bornstein guest star as his mother and come in and give him the absolute business.
Bill Clinton as a hologram.
Wow.
Oh my.
Oh my god!
Mhm.
Bill Clinton on the saxophone.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a mental image I did not need.
Yeah, thanks, Steven.
I am curious, question to the panel, where do you think, just speculation, is going to go for the third season? What kind of things do you think the Orville will be up against? And do you think it will remain mostly just as in the Orville battling other species? Or Seth MacFarlane is a fan of the cosmos, and there are a lot of scary stuff out there. So, not just black holes, there's all kinds of things that can hurt a planet. So I'm just kind of curious if you guys have any speculation as to that.
I don't think it's going to do.
I follow him on Instagram, and I can definitely tell you he's reading astrophysics books right now.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's going to take a 180 and go as like super dark as The Expanse or anything. But I think there's going to. I think there's going to be that good mix of where they're going to be in peril quite a bit, but I think there's going to be a mix of exploration, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some first contacts in there as well, because
that would be awesome.
That's definitely a thing that they've established in the past season. So, I would like to see that. I'd like to see more exploration and first contact type stuff.
Michael Dorn as the Moclan leader, would be awesome.
It would be hysterical.
This is coming. I think they've hinted at Mocla's having problems with the Union. It's pretty obvious that there's going to be a lot, at least friction.
Yeah, there'll be
right.
Or like an all-out Moclan civil war that drags the Union in, and they have to choose a side sort of thing. Which that would be an easy choice for them, I think, following their rules. But you never know.
Yeah.
I wonder, though, because now they're on Hulu. It's their first season with Hulu. I don't want to jinx anything, so I'm not going to say anything, but I feel like they can plan a little bit more for the future. And maybe you see, instead of a 1-season arc, maybe a 2-season arc. Just little inklings, little flashes that pop up in the next season that could be used in season 4, because I'm an optimist.
Well, I love little things like that kind of turn out over. That's what I liked about Doctor Who so much. Little inklings of things that connected over the course of the whole show that just came to a really awesome conclusion. So that would be really neat if they just, and I think they've done that, in last season with Isaac. And that took a turn I wasn't expecting. So if that did something similar, that'd be great. The writing has been so great so far. It'd be really interesting to see.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, I think that I think he's going to take on more serious issues, but I think he's going to handle it in the same way as he always has. I mean, this is somebody who wrote about a girl and took on gendercide. He took on the 300 million missing women and girls worldwide. You can read more about it at the missinggirlproject.org, I think, or .com, I'm not sure. Anyway, so I think that he'll continue to do that. I think he'll continue to take on these incredibly serious issues. He will stick to his guns, and so far his style is to present all of the information, to not preach, and to let the audience decide how they feel about the issues. So I think that he'll be tearing some more headlines out of the paper and putting them on screen. And they might not be, headlines that we're obsessed with, but things that we've tend to overlook, like gendercide, like femicide, and he brought that to the world's attention. So I think that there's a good chance a lot of these issues will be global issues that perhaps we've overlooked.
So
maybe he'll bring up
a pandemic episode. I swear to Avis, I will.
You know, Katie,
The
I
sage is
think
coming
that
back.
he may ignore that completely just because it's too easy. It's way too easy to go there. Or he might embrace it because it's just way too easy to go there. And I think we'll see more comedy with that.
Mhm.
But
You can really take it
he
one of
tends
two ways.
out to stuff that we're ignoring that he finds incredibly important.
He really
like I
brought a
said,
lot of he
he's
really brought a
reading
lot of attention to
astrophysics.
the. Sorry, Raquel, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to complete it by saying that he's like obsessed with astrophysics right now. He's reading a lot of astrophysics books. If you look on his Instagram, he's taking a photograph of them and showing the different books he's reading.
That's incredible.
He did bring a lot of attention to the forest fires in Australia, by the way, several months ago. So that's a possibility. But Seth, if you're watching, we're not trying to psychoanalyze you. Okay,
I totally. That was just a few months ago. How long have we been living in 2020?
Oh, hey.
Did you want to show us? Oh, sorry,
yeah. He loves Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
So that's one of the favorite ones right there. I love your shelf. Thank you. I went out of trouble to this shelf today. I was like, I have to bring out all my cool.
Yes.
So I appreciate the compliment.
That's fantastic. I need to do something with this. I need to change up my setup.
I have to say, I miss your blonde wig.
Yeah.
I really liked it. I was like, oh, that's cool. I nearly wore my face mask today. I've got it around here somewhere. I might put it on later. Oh, yeah, give me a second. I'll put it on for you guys because it's important.
Cool.
DJ wants Katie to dress up as Doctor Who every time.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, see,
Lady Deadpool, yes!
There you go.
Here we go. I mean, it's important to wear our masks. We can't go out in public, without the mask on. You've got to use proper precautions.
I have to go to the store tomorrow, and I'm going to dress up as Doctor Who when I go to the store. So you should do Deadpool when you go to the store.
That was great out there.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if more and more people wore costume masks when going out to shop. Like,
right?
If I could move more in my Lego costume, I would wear that to Walmart every day. Yeah. Oh man.
Now, what do you guys think? What's going to be happening with Dr. Finn and Isaac? Is there going to be any rekindling?
There better be. I ship them too. That entire ship is just full of ships that have already set sail.
So what? So is that a yes or no, Katie?
I feel like that was
a
the first
yes.
marriage. I feel like we might eventually one day see them as
That's terrifying
nice
for a second.
That is scary, but nice too.
Cool.
That's an improvement, Drew.
Oh boy.
I don't know about going to the grocery store in that, but yeah.
You might get a few funny looks. Stormtrooper, yes. Then
That's awesome.
honestly, I think we should start a movement with cosplayers just going to the store wearing their costumes and masks.
Yeah.
Why
there you
not?
go.
What's a
There you go.
hashtag that could work for that? I'm sure I'll think of something.
Now we can begin. Now that Adega is here. Now we can begin. All right.
Hello.
Welcome, Orville Nation.
So late.
I want to just start again because Adega's here now. So now we can.
All right, so Annie Winters.
Yes. Oh,
We are going to see her.
and that's it.
She'll be there. We know that.
What if this is all just a farce and she's not even on?
Yeah, she's not even on the show. No.
It's for the spin-off series.
Yeah.
The Redenbacher.
Yeah.
All right. So let me pose this hypothetical question. Let's speculate in this direction. Let's say she's not a member of the Planetary Union crew. Let's say she's a civilian. If she's a civilian, what roles could she play? Let's just move down this line of thinking for a little bit. She's a civilian.
I would love to see her being rescued then. Kind of like a planet that's about to be destroyed in one way or another. And they manage to get her off of the planet before it is destroyed and bring her on as a novice. So if she is
What if she kind of did what they did in Deep Space Nine with Penny Johnson-Gerald's character, and she's just a supply shipper, and she just goes between planets and stuff, and they occasionally, they cross paths before or something like that, and so they have a little bit of a history. They know her, and then surprise.
Well, yeah, but then she wound up being Cisco's wife.
Well, if Kelly doesn't work out, although the age difference might be a little.
Do you ship them too?
Ed and Kelly, definitely.
Yeah.
Ed and their potential future daughter, a little less.
If she's going to be a permanent character, the dynamic of her being a daughter could eventually get awkward, is all. Just because you would have to see her grow up, and you would always know that was there. And she seems to be like she's going to be permanent for many seasons from now. So this is a really odd reference. I don't know if anybody's going to get it, but it's almost like did anybody here watch Sailor Moon growing up?
My daughter did.
Heard so much about
And
it.
therefore, so did I.
Okay, well, something very similar happened where you have this girl and this boy, and they're the leaders of a planet, and their daughter does come back in time, Rini, and she's a nightmare.
Oh,
she's an absolute nightmare. But that's a whole other genre, so we're just going to go back to this one. But
I was going to say, not to do any spoilers, but Doctor Who, and anyone who knows Doctor Who knows what I'm talking about.
She so could be their daughter, though. She just has that look.
Now, Kelly doesn't have a sister, right? In that episode, did you say she was an only daughter, or not? Or is it my imagination? Could she be a sister?
I don't know. Somebody needs to Google that. Is Grayson an only child?
Yeah.
I remember the two Kellys talking about their mom.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they mentioned it, or I don't know if she said if she was an only child or not. We're gonna have to watch that again.
Mm-hmm.
So does she
watch
look
party
like Adrian Palicki? Does she resemble enough to be related to her?
I think so.
I would agree.
Definitely a younger sister, but that would be a fun dynamic too. Oh, that would get so weird though. I feel like
it would be a fun dynamic.
If she was related to really anyone on the crew, you start to wonder, sure, you've had marriages and dissolved marriages and stuff, but what if your ship is literally being ripped apart and you're worrying about your daughter or your sister or someone close to you, by blood? I think that would be distracting for
the Jadzia Wharf debacle.
Oh, don't go there. Don't even.
Yeah, but listen, the Enterprise had families on board.
It did.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and you saw Cisco with Jake.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So.
It's just away missions will be weird. Away missions will be very weird if there's if it's siblings.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the time travel. It may be the daughter thing. I like the orphan idea. I like the magician idea. We haven't had a magician archetype on the show yet. And so, there's lots to play here. And, LJ was talking about the sage or the seer, which of course would be the Deanna Troi thing. Mm-hmm. So, lots of still up in the air, right?
Oh, DJ, you want to fight, man, don't you?
Oh man, Odyssey! I'm gonna. Oh,
Kitty, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this Doctor Who debate or not?
Tell me the day and time, and I will.
I'm Jadzia ride or die, dude. You need to stop with that right now.
Really, Ezri? Come on.
Ezri's a great character.
No,
I just love Jadzia so much. We had more time with Jadzia.
Ezri's kind of garbo. I'm sorry. Jadzia all the way.
It's another one of those characters where it's the writing, I feel like, more than the character. But still, Jadzia.
Yeah.
Ride or die.
Yeah, exactly. I
die on this hill.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Katie. Now the only thing I will give Ezri Dax credit for is this. In the novels, she did get an awesome ship because I like the USS Aventine. But
there you go.
That's it.
Ooh, Ooh.
The
Yeah, he is
USS
coming in.
can't fill her
That's
shoes.
Lamar and Gordon.
Oh, kind of like a oh, my mind's going blank. Like the Bashir and O'Brien episode from Deep Space Nine.
Mhm.
That would be interesting to see that dynamic, because I don't think we've really tapped into their, like, I guess bromance is the best way to say it. Like
And they
they're just
hated
best
each
buds.
other's guts in real life.
That
Completely
whole
hated each other's guts in real life.
that whole arc about them exposing Section 31 was so good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Katie, are you free on the 24th?
Let me check. That might be no, unless there's a tornado outbreak, which there very easily could be. I am free. Lock it in. It's a fixed point in time. Come at me.
Oh, the Big Bopper's here. Bird of Prey.
I'm very
Hey, Bob. Yeah, hail Bob.
Hey, Dega,
Eric.
it's good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, it is nice to see you.
Mm-hmm. We could use a Garrett character on the Orville.
Oh, yeah. Give
I
me
would
more.
love that.
Yeah, give me more.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that would be so good. But who would be the one who's suspicious? Who wouldn't just like go along with it? Who would be like, wait a second. Oh, those are some tough words there, DJ. Tough words.
Down.
You know I control the weather, right?
How much?
Katie,
No, actually, technically,
I will send a tornado to you, DJ.
wait a second, though, Katie. I thought that was DARPA.
Huh?
I thought that was DARPA that controls the weather.
Cricket, that's the barn.
What else do I do with my spare time? I tap into the weather grid, chemtrails and all that stuff. Just so you know, that is a joke. Anyone watching, it's a joke.
That's gonna be a thing. One of these days, guys, on my channel, I'm gonna get Katie to come on and do conspiracy theories.
Oh gosh. That'd be fantastic.
We'll do everything. We'll do chemtrails, Bigfoot. We'll do the whole 9 yards.
Bigfoot.
I just want. All right, forget it. I'm not going to say it. Go ahead.
Say it.
What do you want, DJ? UFOs?
I was going to say no. I was going to say that DJ has a touching video that he did today for somebody's birthday. But I was going to say that he looks very intimidating, and Katie should go watch that video on his channel. Yeah.
Okay.
He looks very intimidating in that video.
He says I have 10 days to prepare, but if I hop in the TARDIS, I have all of time and space. So
I'm just going to sit back with popcorn, because watching you two talk trash is going to be classic.
Yeah, that's going to be a popcorn moment. That's for sure.
I'm going to sit back. Seriously, I'm going to bring out the microwave popcorn for that.
A popcorn and a blanket to cover your head.
Oh, yeah. If the best part is if we both wear cosplay. I think that would be the icing on the cake.
I don't know.
Do you have like a unicorn mascot thing?
No, DJ has a onesie. Do you have a onesie, Katie?
Yeah, I don't think I've had a onesie since that was
onesie.
Yeah, we could have the onesie versus onesie debate. That would be hilarious.
What about this, guys? What if she's Kelly's younger sister and she's always had a thing for Ed?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, PJ.
More of that on the show? I hope not.
I want drama.
Less of that on the show. You know what I mean? The whole who's going to sleep with Ed. I don't want it to be too soap
We all know the answer, and it's Derulio. Okay, next.
Yeah. If they made William Shatner Derulio,
oh, God.
That would be interesting.
Oh.
Wait.
Time
out, Louis Sparrow. Wait a second.
I need to bleach my eyes.
Wait, how did Storm and Wolverine have a daughter? I'm looking at Louis Sparrow's comment up there. How did Storm and Wolverine have a daughter? I thought that Storm and Black Panther were the ones together. I thought they were together for a while.
For all questions, there is Google.
Yeah, but Storm and Wolverine. No, Storm was Wolverine was. Oh God, with Jean for a little. No, Cyclops.
Jean Grey. Well, like they never officially got together. Sorry, I loved the X-Men. I always kind of imagined that Jean Grey and Wolverine had a secret daughter that they never told anyone about, and that if they did make movies of the Phoenix, which they destroyed, they absolutely destroyed the movies. But that I can't remember the actress's name, but she does look like if Wolverine, Jean Grey had a daughter.
William Shatner is Kelly's dad. That would be certain levels of meta, considering the Priceline commercial.
Yeah, that would be actually good.
I actually think that that this new character is going to be. I think he's going to be depicted as very smart, and she's going to be depicted. I don't know where she's going to fit in, but she's going to be very smart, and she's going to be kind of a prodigy. That's my gut.
What about character flaws? No good character is perfect. So I'm wondering what kind of character flaws they will give her, whether she will be impulsive or patient per her youth, or have some other different, something interesting that faults her.
Addicted to
what flaws have we already seen?
Ooh, nice.
I think, and we can work from process of elimination. Because, with Alara, it was lack of self-confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't want to see her have a lack of self-confidence, to be honest. Anything other than insecurity would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel like that's such a crutch almost. And I don't think that they'll lean on that.
No.
Does someone have a pupper? I hear a doggo.
I can't believe you can hear her. I'm sorry.
I have an eagle ear when it comes to animals.
I like Steven's ideas. She can be the Admiral's daughter and in a relationship with Yaphet.
I thought you were going to show us, Raquel. That's why I put.
I could see her having being the child of an admiral, but then again, you start to feel the stress of that, having to live up to that name. That's something we haven't seen yet, have we?
Oh, Tom Paris, maybe.
Yeah, that could be.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Paris,
he was Prodigy, though. He was a failure.
Yeah. Well, he was a flying prodigy.
But yeah.
Oh, pupper.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I like that. And I don't think. I'm hoping she won't have. Oh.
That's
so cute.
Who is that?
I wonder if they would ever have pets on the Orville.
What's his name?
It's a girl. Her name's Maya.
Hi, Maya.
Oh, that's right, Maya.
Oh. He's so cute. I would love to see Ed have just a little chihuahua or a kitten and just totally go back to his room and just be like, it was a stressful day. We're just gonna and name it Kelly or something. Just be like, it was a stressful day, Kelly. I need to unwind.
Or maybe Isaac will want to get a pet. You think?
Oh, that would be great.
Like a cat, and they'll call him Dot instead of Spot.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Nice, PJ.
Oh, that would be great.
I loved it when on the Enterprise, the Beagle, it's Captain
Porthos.
Archer. It's Porthos. Yeah, I loved having a dog.
Porthos was great.
Porthos was so good. I mean, he almost caused a deterioration of an entire planet because he peed on their tree.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. That happened.
No, I could totally see Isaac being like, I want to study lesser life forms to learn what they have to offer and emulate human behavior or something like that, and just have a bubble
Like
eye
caring for
goldfish.
someone.
Yeah.
Like caring for
You could tie that into Finn, and he's trying to show her that he can care for smaller things and like the boys.
What if the new character is a head shrinker and she is the sage, and Claire has to work through her odd obsession with being detached from her sexual exploits? Why did she choose to be with Isaac, knowing that he couldn't love her back? And maybe we'll explore that. What if she head shrinks her?
Oh, what if she's a sex therapist? Like straight
Yeah.
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. That's great, Raquel.
And Ed and Kelly back
That's
together
a much
again,
needed position on the Orville.
right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's
sex
true.
therapist. That's
Yeah.
great, Raquel.
I could
If there ever needs a counselor
could
on a
see
ship, it
someone-
needs to be this one.
This needs sex therapist, right? No need.
I can
to
see
use
someone visiting the ship, like an admiral or someone, and seeing Ed and Kelly and Bortus and his whole family situation, and Finn and
Oh.
Isaac, and just being like, "What is wrong with you people? Okay, guys, we need someone here.
We need an
Fast.
intervention. So
And look at how she could help Derulio. And she
And then
could
it's
help
just
Moffat.
Yeah.
She could help everyone. We need a sex therapist on the show.
And she's like kind of like species from like Ilea from Star Trek Motion Pictures,
Yeah.
where she thinks
Yeah.
that humans are sexually immature.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like nothing phases her. Like she just goes in and goes, "So, tell me about it." Like just
Yeah,
very
a
grabby
Delton
at
with
it.
hair. A Delton with hair.
Well, she would have confidence. And I think that's one that like she wouldn't have insecurities if you made her into that kind of character. Oh, now I want that to happen.
Right?
Can we just add like 4 different characters?
I like Raquel's idea. I like that. Really, that's a good idea, Raquel.
It's a
I like
really
that.
good idea. And it hasn't been done before.
It hasn't. Yeah. And
true.
it would be kind of slapstick, but serious at the same time. And
Mhm.
Yeah.
A little comedic relief. You could poke fun at all of these sexual issues that everyone is taking very seriously, and it's very polarizing right now. You could sort of disarm it and make it a little more humorous.
Exactly. Do what the Orville does best. Take topics, make them funny, but also understand them.
Yes. Yes.
It's a perfect fit.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to ask you guys a funny hypothetical. I've asked this before about the possibility of Admiral Ted Danson being at the bar sometime. But well, let me first get your let me first get your ideas on that, and then I have a second one I want to ask. What is the possibility of seeing Ted Danson at the bar again on the Orville? For those of you who are too young,
I don't know.
Ted Danson
from
was in
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah.
yeah, he's from Cheers.
I've never
To
watched
oversee like
Cheers.
to be like if there's negotiations going on, he'd be there.
No, it's just like he's been on other series before, and he somehow ended up behind the bar for for part of an episode or something.
Mhm.
But my other question was going to be:
Has to-
do you think they're going to poke fun at the teacher, at Marina Sirtis's teacher role about her, like for example, reading minds at all? Are they going to take?
Let's
they
go
gonna-
back to the other idea. That was a really great idea. Let's talk about that for a second, because think about what PJ has said here. We've got Ted Danson, and then we've got the idea of Morn, who came from Norm. This is a brilliant idea of PJ's. I mean, what if Ted Danson appears at the bar?
You got an Orville bar rat.
Ah, like
He's
as a
like sitting
bartender.
there. He's visiting the ship. He's talking with Ed, and then just goes behind the bar and says, "What do you want, kid? I'm gonna, something like just have that moment, right? That TV historical moment."
yeah. And who played Norm again?
No, do you mean the bartender?
No, who played Norm on Cheers?
Oh, Norm. I forget his name.
What if he introduced like a Norm Morn character?
So that would be
And then we
cool.
had Ted behind the bar with the Morn Norm character. That would be hilarious.
Well, my thing is that on Seinfeld, Jason Alexander was always saying, "I want the Ted Danson plane. I want the Ted Danson salary," and I thought that it would be funny for them to just meet somehow on the Orville at some point.
Yeah,
But anyway, that's just me.
yeah. Kirstie Alley is free. I don't like Kirstie Alley. I have a bone to pick with her.
Oh,
She also made Gene Roddenberry really mad when she cried. Ridiculous. Vulcans don't cry, Kirstie Alley. Bring on Robin. I love Robin. Forget Kirstie Alley.
I think the comment that bothered me the most is Ben Bird Person saying a character like Tuvix. Oh,
Oh, no.
No,
Oh,
that's
God,
worse than
no.
Neelix.
you will make me
Oh.
cry if that happens.
No, that's a solid no.
Because which characters would mash up like that? That just would not work.
That's a hard
That's
pass.
actually one of my standard interview questions whenever I'm interviewing somebody from Star Trek. So now I have to ask the panel since somebody brought it up. I'm going to start with PJ. PJ, you are in a terrible transporter accident. You're on an away mission. You have your Tuvix moment. Who's on your away mission ideally?
So wait.
From the Orville?
Okay, so who are the two people who are going to get combined?
That's right. No, who are you going to be? Who is going to be put in with you in the transporter?
Ideally, I don't know. Yaphet.
Okay, that would be
I imagine
incredible. PJ and
you would be
Yaphet.
like half jelly, half flesh, and he'd just be like, I've never had an arm before.
So what would their name be then?
Oh. Japheth? Oh no.
Pajafet.
Pajafet.
You have a horrendous transporter accident. You were
That's funny.
combined with the person on your away mission. Who is it?
Oh, I gotta just pick from the Orville, huh?
No, you can pick from Star Trek or the Orville. It's up to you.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's
tough.
Oh, I can pick from Star Trek. Oh
I like
God,
that, Mando.
that's easy, man. The only character I ever liked on Enterprise to Paul.
Oh wow. Well, then you would never leave the house because
No.
you would never leave the house.
No, I never would.
Oh,
I'll freely admit that. I never
oh my
would.
god.
I'd stay in my quarters.
Katie, you have a terrible transporter accident. You are combined with your away team. Who is on the mission with you?
Oh, I'd have to go with Jadzia Dax. Because
Ooh,
then you get the entire memories of the symbiote.
what
and you
a
also just
great
have the
choice.
hopefully the spots. I hope the
Yes.
spots transition over, and
Yes.
I think that'd be the ultimate character to
And
merge
it's
with.
perfect for you because of science.
There we go, science officer
Right?
already.
What a great
It was made to
choice,
be.
you guys. LJ, you have a terrible, horrendous transporter accident. You're on an away mission. Who were you on your away mission with?
Gonna have like the worst answer for this.
Don't say Derulio.
See, the thing is that I'm a sucker. As horrible as the latest reboots have been, I'm just a sucker for the idea of having an automaton. I can't say this word.
Automaton?
Thank you. That doesn't understand and wants to understand. So I was such a love of Data.
Nice.
I would go with Data. It would be so
don't
cool
know how
to
that would
really
work.
see.
I'm not
I
sure
know.
how that
That's why I said I
would
was going to
work.
have like the worst answer for this
No,
question.
that's okay. That's okay. Nerd cookies, baby. Elaine, lay it on us. You're in a terrible transporter accident. You are combined with your away team. Who's on your away team?
this is a really good question. At the top of my head, I'm going to say 7 of 9. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Steve.
Yeah, that's a good one. And
I
the
do have to
reason
say I
why?
haven't. Well, just going on, I haven't finished Picard yet, but so I'm just going off purely off of Voyager. Apart from all the physical attributes, mental attributes, she's a wonderfully complex character and very strong. And I would definitely, would want some of those qualities.
Yeah,
Man,
Oh,
DJ
yeah.
Odyssey pushing that Esri garbage. Come on now.
I would totally choose Savick or
Ooh.
T'Pring or T'Pol. It would be all good for me all the way through.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Yeah, any of those, I'm good. I would.
Sorry,
though,
sorry
I do
Raquel.
say-
The Paul's on mine, baby.
though I do have to say that I would not mind if I were combined with Spock.
Of course.
Mm.
That's your guy right there.
I've loved him
Vulcan
my
friend.
whole life, and when I met him, he was incredibly kind to me and just a wonderful person. So it's hard not to. I wouldn't want to change genders, though. That's the thing with Tuvix is the guys didn't have to entertain the idea of changing genders or combining genders. So I guess that's why I would pick Savick or hi Radar or one of the Vulcan females, is because I enjoy being a woman. So I would like to stay put that way.
Say hi, everyone.
I also took that into consideration.
Yeah.
Raquel, when you are
Something I'm familiar with.
Raquel, when you're doing your Vulcan cosplay, are you channeling Savick in there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
and I also, if people are rude with me, I turn into T'Pring. I can be like, I just totally go completely ridiculously logical and quite cold.
Wow, cool. I see that. Okay, wow.
The chat has been awesome today, by the way. I want to give them a shout out.
Yeah,
great.
Chat's been fire.
Yeah, you guys have been great. Who else in here was in that Katie Sackhoff? Who else here saw Katie Sackhoff before our stream?
Well, I know you and I were in there, PJ, and I saw. I saw.
She said happy birthday to George Peter Gadsden.
Yeah, I saw 14 and oh gosh, who else was in there? I saw another couple people sneak in. I thought that were here with us in the chat, maybe not, but yeah, that was awesome. That was really cool. I do have to say, like, really quickly, like, quick anecdote about that. I'm gonna have to pull up my Instagram now and share this, PJ, because while Drew pulls this up, I want you to be thinking. My next question is, what's going to happen with the female Mocklins? So just be thinking about that. How is a female Mocklin story going to develop?
I could take this as serious or a fun way.
Yeah, I think you get to choose.
Look at Katie's facial expressions.
I'm going like,
Donald Darkwing, heaven help me, DuckTales.
Scrooge McDuck. Wait, Scrooge McDuck.
Cars, lasers, airplanes.
The new season came out, and I'm psyched.
We might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Woohoo! I had to redeem myself after I said Donald. I said for some Donald Duck first, and I'm like, I've got to redeem myself and show them that I know who this is.
Bob coming in clutch. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize there were so many DuckTales fans on here.
Okay, PJ, I'll share this on screen because I got a really cool little anecdote about it. So hold on here. Let's see, share screen. Okay, so this picture right here, this is my favorite brush with fame, and this was back in August of 2014. I met Katie and Trisha at a charity event not far from where I live, and I spent probably about a good 45 minutes talking with the both of them. They were the most down to earth celebrities I've ever met in my life, period. And it was so truly awesome to talk to, and they were very approachable, talk to you like they were your next door neighbor. I mean, it was great. They didn't have that, what you would consider like like some celebrities do, like that, oh, who are you? I'm not going to talk to you, or they're very brief and, kind of dismissive. They weren't like that at all. They were very, very gracious and awesome. And, and the thing about Katie especially, what was so good, and you just saw, and I think you could pick up on this, PJ, when we were just watching the Q&A. You know, she's very nice and down to earth person, and she did the sweetest thing, because I explained to her, you know, that hey, my mom wanted to be here and everything, and she couldn't make it because, I mean, PJ, we've talked.
You told me that story, yeah.
Yeah, and you know that my mom has leukemia and whatnot, and she's in a very bad way and can't go out. Yeah. So what happened was I had gone off to the side, and I was on my cell phone. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, yes, guess what?" I was like, I just met Katie Sackhoff, and my mom was a huge fan because that was our thing. We always watched Battlestar Galactica together. Yeah, and my mom was, she was fangirling about it. She was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so neat." And Katie Sackhoff was standing probably about 5 feet away from me, and she looks over. She's like, "Hey, is that your mom that you're telling me about?" I said, "Yeah, Katie." And she's like, "Here, hand me your phone." And I handed her my cell phone, and she gets on, talked to my mom for about a good 10-15 minutes, and they had a really nice conversation. And she said, "Your son's awesome. Keep fighting, and you guys are going to get through this together." Mm-hmm. And and I never forgot that. That was like one of the sweetest gestures ever, and that's why I'm eternally a fan of this lady. Absolutely.
Yeah. Is that her Longmire hair?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember when she had her Longmire hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure is. So.
Yeah, that was. By the way, I missed the beginning, but I guess she announced her engagement. Was that right?
Yes.
To whom? To whom?
She was as a guy. I guess his first name's Robin. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's another actor or what. But yeah, she's engaged to that guy, and she was saying, he's 10 years younger than she is, because she's 40 now and he's 30. So yeah, it's quite interesting. She was joking.
Get yours, baby. Get yours. If you're watching, just get yours, baby.
She was joking that she was a cougar.
There's nothing wrong with that.
All right, guys. Female Mocklins. What's the deal? What's that female Mocklin? Are they a planet? Is their population growing? Are there more female babies escaping from Mocklis? And what's going to happen with the whole female Mocklin story? Nerd Cookies, what about you?
I have been wondering if there will be an attempt, I can't remember if they have discussed it, of a male Mocklin who had the change, who was sex change, if he's going to try to go back to being female. Ooh. And if that will somehow lead to like a dialogue between them, having that happen, because we know that Bortus is blanking on his name, but his partner, what is Clyden? Thank you. That was done to him, and obviously their child. So I'm curious if that will be brought up. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if it's possible, but
you can make an argument diplomatically saying, "I've seen both sides of the coin, and I can bring you guys together," or something like that. You're better together than apart.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
This was done to them without, consent, obviously, because it's done when they're babies. But so, yeah, maybe when someone might have the decision, if it's possible to even have that happen. I don't know at this point.
Well, I don't see why not.
And you reverse it?
It's
maybe
sci-fi. Yeah. They can do anything.
You can techno-babble your way out.
But I have been wondering if that will lead to at least, I assume there will be a civil war or something, that it's going to get worse before it gets better. Is what I'm thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like there's no way. Sorry.
Go ahead.
There's no way they'd just leave it alone. I think what would be interesting would be choosing whose perspective to tell that particular episode from. I think we normally get to see it from Bortus's perspective a lot, and I would love to see it more through Clyden's, but in a manner of learning and growing. It would just be interesting or to even have a different third person someone brought in, and to have that particular story told from someone else's perspective. Just throwing that out there. Thought that'd be interesting.
You could make it a two-parter, and you have a female Mocklin and a male Mocklin, and just follow their different journeys.
This is
Yeah.
And it's the same story, but on different sides of that. That would be that'd be a good one.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to leave it alone. They're definitely going to go back there.
Pet tortoise. I could just see it now. It gets into a cigarette stash, and he just walks in one day, and it's just got like 3 cigarettes sitting in his mouth, half eaten. Just looks at him like
Bortus's tortoise.
And then the scene, it has a patch on because it has to.
Yeah. You smack a patch on the shell and get out the door.
Wow.
Raquel, what do you think about the female Mocklin planet, and what do you think might happen?
A lot of people think that this story is about transgender and transgender issues. I actually don't think that that's what he's trying to get at. I think he might be trying to get at something a lot more sinister and a lot more pressing in our society, which is the femicide issue, right? Of course, the about a girl, and then of course it likely is named after Nirvana. So I think that we're about a girl. So I think that we're going to revisit the issue for sure. But I do think that this is that this will remain about femicide and gendercide. And I think that they'll touch on that issue there. As far as Clyde and Bortus go, I think they have a terrible marriage. I think it's based on lies. It's often violent. It's incredibly toxic. And I don't think it's good for either one of them. Right?
As violently as I can, yes.
Yes. So I think that we're going to see some of that fleshed out. I'm not sure fleshed out. Oh boy, sorry guys.
You didn't get enough flesh, huh?
Yeah. Sorry. It's the circumcision of the story.
I feel like I'm being corrupted here.
Sorry. Anyways, so I do believe that we're going to see them work that out, and I'm not sure their marriage is going to survive this, because I do feel
in that case, does Gordon get to go on dates?
Kind of like Spock, where Spock started to sort of have an affinity for humans. I think Bortus, with the Movember moments, the cigarettes and stuff, I think he's going to come over to the other side and say, look, like, we can't keep on exterminating women. Women need to have power. Women need to be equal in our society. We need to restore this egalitarian thing. And, and I think that might be the catalyst to destroy their marriage once and for all. I mean, this is somebody who stabbed his husband in the back with a butcher knife the size of a skateboard. So anyway, Katie, what do you think?
I don't know how I can follow that up.
Okay, since we're all showing off our cats, I mean, he just walked by, so I thought I'd pick him up.
Oh, wow.
Hi.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Hello, pussycat.
This is Gandalf,
Oh, I love you.
for both Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White.
You look so fluffy.
He hasn't had a haircut. He's super fluffy.
He's so well behaved.
He's a lovey.
He likes to be held more than Radar, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Go on.
What about Bird of Prey's comment, guys? I think
Oh.
we'll ultimately find out that half of all Mocklin births are women, and it was just toxic masculinity we're gone amok.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think this is hidden political commentary on the fact that, in much of the world, a male child is preferred to a female child, and that has caused over 300 million women and girls to go missing worldwide, and that's a very scary thing. So I agree with the Big Bopper here. I agree with Bird of Prey. I think we're going to discover that that this is just femicide. It's gendercide.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
Yeah.
I think so too.
And how is this going to affect Bortus and Clyden being on the Orville?
Can we just kill Clyden? I'm sorry. Can we just kill him?
Clyden dies in a horrible accident.
Put him out the
Take
airlock.
the initiative and divorce him.
Yeah,
Put
he's
him out
very
the airlock.
violent.
I just had a
agree.
whole scene.
A very toxic marriage. It's an
Yeah.
extremely toxic marriage based on lies, based on competition, based on just
Cigarettes.
violence. It's just toxic all the way around. That marriage has got to go.
So we've had computerized idolatry. What if we had a real physical idolatry? What if, I'm introducing another character, but like, what if another character came on that Bortus found himself more and more attracted to? We heard that he's probably going to be singing in season 3 of the Orville at some point, maybe. So I could see him maybe up doing a karaoke moment, and Clyden realizes that he's not singing him, but to this other person. Yeah, I just invented a whole scene in my head.
Oh, dude, that's great.
And Clyden realizes Bortus no longer loves him, but this new love interest that he's lost him to. And then that
And then-
fight ensues.
I was gonna say, does he try to murder him?
Oh, there's gotta be. Yeah, there's gonna be.
Break out the typewriter and put that into a fanfic.
I do want to give a shout out really quick to the CJH in the chat. So I brought on CJ aboard as a writer, and CJ's brand new to writing, and I threw him right in the fire, and he's responded well.
Awesome.
Nice.
Congrats, CJ.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this, guys? Do you think do you guys think that that Bortus will end up stabbing Clyden to get a divorce?
Gosh, I hope so.
I don't
Wait, did I say that out loud?
Did I say that out loud?
I think that's actually why he's repulsed by him and doesn't want to be married to him anymore. This is about the Tom Selleck mustache and the cigarettes and the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it's about. I think this is his Spock moment where he is starting to learn to appreciate humanity. So I actually think that the whole stabbing thing was too much for him. If that's, a completely appropriate in Mocklin society is neither here nor there. I think that we're seeing a transformed Bortus who's a kinder, gentler, more accepting Mocklin. And this is showing us that he's a part of his ship and his shipmates and a part of the society being created there, right? The planetary society being created there.
Do you guys like this idea that Steven's putting out there?
I love that idea.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
it'd be great.
that'd be brilliant.
Love it.
Make it happen. Write the fanfic, mail it in. I'm sure it'll get to him, right?
Write the fanfic.
There you go.
Listen to Katie.
Honestly, I swear, with all the stuff that's going on right now and production being halted on shows, this will be the fall of fan fiction, not the fall, the downfall, the actual season of autumn where everything will just be fan fiction. It'll be glorious and horrifying.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you guys. I want to ask you another question because this is becoming more and more viable right now. That all those crazy rumors about Seth buying Star Trek, CBS is in a lot of trouble. And
They
they've
are?
been selling.
Yeah,
off
they are.
assets. Disney's in trouble too.
Mhm.
I mean, is Lucasfilm going to go
What
back?
the
Is it going to be sold? Is Star Trek going to be sold? Who knows?
Yeah, I wish George would get back control. Because I'm just as much a Star Wars fan as I am a Star Trek fan. I want good stuff back in Star Wars. Favreau doing The Mandalorian has been a little bit of a help, but it's nowhere near still what it needs to be. Now, if George got back involved, then I think that you would see some positive changes. At least there would definitely be some better continuity.
Yeah. I remember when this rumor first came out and everybody was like, oh, that's a dumb rumor. He's never going to buy it and all this other stuff. But, I'm just going to say what I said then, and I'm going to say it again. No one saw Michael Jackson coming along and swooping up the Beatles rights. And that happened, and it shocked the whole world. I think it would be far less shocking for somebody who has loved Star Trek his whole life, somebody who is, reading books on astrophysics, is quoting Carl Sagan, and, basically begged to do a cameo on Star Trek, to buy it when it is a lame duck. And right now, the entire franchise is a lame duck. So, is it possible? Oh, yeah, I definitely think it is. And all those people a few months ago who were like, no, I think that they now realize it's not quite as preposterous as they were trying to convey on social media.
Well, I feel like if Seth took it over, he would have to drop something, be it Family Guy or the Orville or something, if he were to take on Star Trek.
I think he would just delegate.
Yeah, he would just delegate because regardless, the Orville's already got a ton of Star Trek people working on it, so they know what makes the Orville run. They know what's good for it. So even if he did that and he bought the rights to Star Trek and started working on different projects, I mean, you would.
I would just hate to see the Orville suffer at all.
I don't think it would suffer. It's unique enough. Even if, let's say, hypothetically, he did buy the rights to Star Trek, then, I think it would function perfectly well alongside Star Trek. Star Trek's a little more on the serious side. It has its humorous moments, but it's more on the serious and probably up a tiny bit of a notch. So there's that coexistence that you can have because there's variety there. So I don't think it would be an issue. If anything, you would see a lot of acceptance of fan projects. You would see a lot of acceptance of, different ideas and going back to, you would see Star Trek again.
You would get a lot more of that fan involvement, which I think is something that Disney's kind of like, they aren't kind of, they are choking off. But it's like, once you accept that fans have good ideas, most of the time, some are just crazy, but once you accept that you have new people who may not be in the industry who are smart and have ideas, and you start to accept those, that's how your show grows.
Well, absolutely. Well, like Katie, because you pay attention to all the fandoms, on the Star Wars side. I mean, they used to celebrate. You'd go to Star Wars Celebration, and you would see, specific awards for fan films. And now Disney doesn't celebrate that. They won't even acknowledge it, and it's a shame. And that's why, like those of us, especially, that kind of support the ideals of the Phantom Menace in some form or fashion. That's why we bang the drum so hard for good storytelling and, giving and re-embracing the fans, because it's so important. They've gone to where they've forgotten about that. Embrace the fans' creativity, give them credit.
Let me just address Fortian's comment here. I think what would happen if this was really a possibility and actually happened. I mean, I think they would start to think about crossover episodes and crossover opportunities.
Absolutely.
I don't think that would happen. You want to know why?
Ooh, fight.
One thing that I absolutely love about Seth, because of course, I didn't like him before. I don't like potty humor. I don't find him intellectual. I actually found him annoying and very prepubescent prior to the Orville. But one thing that he and I have in common that I respect him for is his love of astrophysics. So that makes me really like him. But it's also his love of jazz. And so when we see Seth performing jazz, we see somebody who it can also he can be very innovative, but I also think that he is also somebody who cherishes things that can be traditional, things that can be kept in their nest. It's nice to look at the eggs, but you don't take the eggs out and play with them and possibly drop them. So it's my hope, of course, this is all pure wild speculation, is that he would handle Star Trek the way that he has handled his jazz career and his career in orchestra. And I hope that he does that, because that would make me very happy. You know, Star Trek ended in 2006. And I would love to see more Star Trek.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think, PJ, that there would be a whole lot of crossover, but there would probably be a special thrown in there somewhere, you know.
I think I just don't. I don't think it would harm the Orville. Is what I'm.
No.
Mm-mm.
Because that's what the Orville was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be about they slammed a door in his face as far as Star Trek went. And he said, okay, well, if you're going to slam this door in my face, I'm going to walk down the hall and I'm going to set up shop. And so all we've done is walk down the corridor and set up shop. But I have every confidence in a true fan who has actually watched the show, and not a geek. Okay, not a person who goes to Comic-Con and collects T-shirts and stuff like that.
Well, excuse you.
It's a real nerd, like an absolute nerd who watched TOS and understands the franchise, and that is Seth MacFarlane. No one can take that away from him. The guy is the OG fan, original gangster, and I respect him.
Well, you know, I want to make a broader point though about the entirety of all the fandoms right now, and that's the fact that you know, with the current situation that we're all in, and with everybody, with CBS bleeding money, with Disney bleeding money, you know, there is going to be a lot of discussion about things being sold off, because one thing that big companies do is if they're operating at a loss, they do what they can to recoup. That's just the way it is. Yeah. So you're going to see some things sold off. If things don't reverse course for either of these companies, there's going to be things sold off, and it's going to raise some eyebrows, because you're going to see even some major properties in the MCU that are going to get sold off. Rights are going to go.
Well, CBS already started selling last week. They sold, what are they, a publishing company they owned?
Can I interrupt everyone?
They sold Simon the Schuster, yeah.
Katie, I definitely consider you a nerd. You are not a geek. You're a nerd. You're a meteorologist.
I will fly both flags proudly.
Just so you know, I meant no disrespect to your science cred, baby girl. Anyways, gentlemen, continue.
No, I'm just saying though, you're going to see if it continues on this track, you know, and I promise you, because we're going to be on top of it, on the news side. So, if it continues along this track, a lot of interesting properties, the rights are going to go up for grabs. So
it's possible. I mean, they're hemorrhaging money, man. They're hemorrhaging money, and running out of ideas. There's so much regurgitation. It's the same thing over and over again. See, there's my boy.
Oh my goodness.
That is the nerd that I sat at the back of the bus with when I was a kid. You know, I respect geeks. I love geeks. I like that they like comics and Marvel Comic Universe and films and stuff. But then there are us nerds, like the true nerds. And this kid is a nerd, and I just love him for it.
Look at the
How old is he here?
Right. He's full Shatner on the right.
Yeah.
I don't know how old you think he is.
Cute little kid, adorable.
Maybe his 20s.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he's a teenager in one of them.
I would think 18, 16, 18 to 16.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you know, geeks
I
are
love
always
it.
cool. Nerds were not cool.
I love his little
Social media
scruff
made
that he
nerds
has
cool.
on his chin.
Yeah, like look at his little. He's got a little. I'm just starting to get a beard.
Yeah.
You know, you can tell which is the younger picture, not only because of quality, but the quality of the uniform. Like the one on the left, he made those stripes.
Yes.
The one on the right, they came sewn on.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. CJ, to address your comment about if Sony owned a Spider-Man and the MCU, that would be mind-blowing. That would be crazy cool. But I just want to see, like, as far as Spider-Man, since I'm a Spider-Man fan from way, way back, I want to see a proper crossover with Venom.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want to see Venom and Spidey in the same movie.
I would like to
awesome.
point out, it just started to snow again.
And it has to be Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy has to come back.
Oh, yes.
Do you have to shovel, Katie?
Nope. So I have someone who takes care of that for me, although my car, on the other hand, is not the best.
Who shovels for you?
Oh, we have one person who does all of them.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah. You don't send the cat out and make him dig with his paws, right?
Yeah, Speaker for the
radar
Dead.
and stuff.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Speaker for the Dead. You know what I mean. Nerds, we've always got our head in a book. When we were growing up, when we were on the bus, we were looking down at the book until somebody brought up Star Trek. And then we started talking Star Trek, and we started talking black holes and physics and what was really possible and what we could dream of. And one day will there be, cell phones and stuff like that. I mean, this was the true nerd stuff, I know nothing about
optimistic
comics and all that stuff.
You did such optimistic stuff as that. As a kid, I pretended that I was on the CBS show Survivor, and I voted the neighborhood kids out of the cul-de-sac. So your version of play is so much better.
Yeah. Thanks for that comment, Speaker for the Dead. True nerd.
Hey, nice.
Mando.
Mando Merc has a Twitch channel. That's cool.
I need a Tiv.
Congrats, Mando, on hitting 100 subs.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah. By the way, Mando, if you ever want to talk Halo lore, dude, I am 110% a Halo nerd. So if you ever want to do a stream talking about Halo lore, I am down.
Oh, Fronia Pola, Yorigaki. Fronia Pola.
Yeah.
George is here and it's his birthday. And
Oh.
he's
Here we go.
One,
Here we go, guys.
2, 3.
Happy
birthday to
you.
Happy
birthday
to you. Happy
birthday,
dear George. Happy birthday to you. My word, that sounded pathetic.
George, the only word I know in Greek is sagapo. I love you, George.
That's not one word.
All right.
That's not one word.
No.
All right.
That's right.
George,
That's right.
birthday shot.
That's I love you.
Go.
There you go.
Go.
I got some sparkling grape juice. Gotta love it. Yeah. There you go.
Cheers, George.
Slunge.
You're very welcome.
Oh, cheers,
Oh.
brother.
I shouldn't have done that. That is
George,
very warm.
Fronia Pola. That means that you wish him many, many more years, because George actually doesn't really have a birthday in Greece. He has a namesake. So you wish him life. You wish him happiness. You wish him many, many happy years. You say, Fronia Pola.
Oh,
Hey,
Fronia Pola.
Adega, I will have you know, Adega, all right? I go to karaoke regularly, sir. That is slander, buddy.
Hey guys, in honor of George, I want to show the because some of you may have not seen it. I want to show the trailer that George has made for the Orville Nation fan film.
yes.
So in honor of
Exciting.
George, let's see if we get this right.
While you're waiting, can I sing you my happy birthday drudge?
Please.
Ooh.
It's something we do in our family.
Yes, do it.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Pain, misery, and despair. People dying everywhere. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. And I'm sorry, we've been doing that in my family for years and years and years now.
Incredible.
So it doesn't
love
feel like
that.
a birthday unless I celebrate it with a judge.
Thank you, LJ.
I know, it's a little
Yes.
macabre.
I love it.
Oh, that's good, LJ.
All right, there's no sound to this, guys, the way I'm going to play it, but here goes. Let's see if I get
I
this.
get the idea, like LJ watches horror movies too.
I did a lot growing up.
Nice.
I tend to
All right.
stick to happy sci-fi now.
Okay.
I want you guys to see how talented George is. Watch.
George did my intro for my channel, and I still love it. For all my videos, I use it.
Click to exit full screen.
You guys can see this or not?
No.
No.
Oh, you
No.
can't.
And we're frozen.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry. All right.
Oh, we're back.
You're back. Okay.
There we go.
All righty. Let's do this then. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, George is one awesome animator.
That's cool.
I love the lighting and the stars in the back. Oh, wow.
There's a little lag to the video. My internet is struggling.
That's
Really nice
impressive.
portrayal of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. And the camera movement as well.
Oh yeah,
Really good.
his animation's on point.
Oh, neat.
Hmm.
Cool.
Somebody's got upgrades.
Great comment. Who said that? Nerd Cookies or LJ?
I said it. LJ.
Oh.
So yeah, wow, George, amazing work. Thank you.
That is cool.
That was
Man.
all George Peter Gatsis.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you have
Bravo,
spots in that,
Hugo. Very good. It's beautiful.
that's so cool.
Okay. So any final comments on Ann Winters that we may
Real
not
quick.
have touched upon?
I'm excited.
One final note, because I had a thought about that crossover, which originally I thought sounded really awful between the Orville and Star Trek, but you could do it with a multiverse.
Oh,
You know, that's pretty much if you found a wormhole where you could go from one universe to another in a multiverse, and it would just be for that one particular episode, where they don't always know that each other exists, but just once, if you could do a multiverse crossover.
kind of like Phineas and Ferb when they find out that Perry's a secret agent, and then they forget about it.
Yeah, they haven't
I want that
explored
now.
like different dimensions yet, right?
I was
Yeah,
trying to
the
think.
mirror universe.
Oh, Ben. Oh,
That would be
Ben.
interesting.
Ben Bird person. Seriously. That is the nerdiest comment of the night, and I love you for it. This is the Ann Winters of our discontent. Thank you, BBP.
Nice.
Oh man, that's funny.
It's possible.
Of our discontent.
I'm psyched for that.
I love this
Anything,
picture,
honestly,
too.
anything that they do.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, that's a Doctor Who pigeon. That's brilliant.
With the snake.
Cute, I haven't realized that.
Katie,
That's
with the snake. Look at the snake.
Oh,
nice.
And I do want to point out, if Marvel and DC can do crossovers, anything's possible.
Yeah,
Like
there are
Steven
no
Tyler.
rules. There are no rules.
wasn't there a Star Trek and Green Lantern comic at one point? Like,
Oh,
let anything happen.
Oh!
As
Yeah.
long as you can tell a good story, that should be. Yeah.
Exactly.
There are no rules to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? If the world can
Cal
come
doesn't like
together
it.
in any way, you could get DC, Marvel, Star Trek, Star Wars, and Doctor Who, Supernatural too, and have them all do one episode together and then forget about it completely. What?
It's too much.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, the world would probably explode.
Have you seen the rant that Patton Oswalt did in Parks and Rec
No.
about him? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen. He does his version of what the new Star Wars movie was, which back then was like when Force Awakens was going to come out. He does a filibuster, and it's like the 7-year anniversary of that. It's perfect. And he crosses over Star Wars and
I'm gonna
Marvel.
have
That's
to
what
look
makes
that
me
up.
think of that.
Oh my gosh.
Google it.
Well,
it's
I know what
awesome.
I'm
He's
looking up right
hilarious.
after this.
Yeah, Sparrow. Me neither. Boo. Boo. Leave Star Trek alone. Boo. Boo.
Data working with Isaac.
That would be so cool.
You know what we heard about yesterday when we were in our little group that we had yesterday? They were saying that Star Trek Lower Decks is going to be out before Discovery.
No, it is?
That's what the people on the panel were thinking.
You know, that's probably true. Oh, man.
Oh man, at least I have fair warning, so I don't have to watch it.
Oh, you.
I will not be watching that.
Yep.
What?
No, we are not fans. Sorry, Katie, you're alone on this one.
I love you though. You're
What?
the
Oh,
cutest, sweetest, most wonderful nerd girl ever. But I hate the new Star Trek. Star Trek ended in 2006.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I'll let you know when it gets back towards that.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I just wanted to be hopeful again.
Yeah, it's all I can tell you, Katie, is think of the line from episode 3 where Padme's pleading with Anakin not to go to the dark side, and she says, please, you're going down a path I cannot follow, Anakin.
And when
Brilliant
Katie
interpretation. Great
when
impression.
Katie gets off the stream, she's going to say, "Oh, they're all my parents' age."
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And it's true.
I may be in a young body, but I'm an old soul.
Yeah, Katie will probably DM me. She'll be like, "Okay, boomer."
Yeah.
Did you remember that scene where William Shatner, Captain Kirk, is with the Klingon and he has him over the cliff and he says, "I have had enough of you."
And he kicks Christopher Lloyd in the face. Yeah.
That is right. That is right. Boot to the head.
That's someone who I would
Oh,
want to be on the Orville with Christopher Lloyd.
Berta Prey's going to be watching it, Katie.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, so we can watch it together and then inform everyone else.
Big Bopper, what are you doing, bud?
The guy in charge is
doing?
a TNG fan.
Don't poison yourself.
That's good news.
Yeah, I agree
Yay.
with Speaker for the Dead. Thank you, Speaker for the Dead. Yes.
What did he say? Yes. That
Speaker
is
for
true.
the Dead. Yeah, he summed it up perfect.
Raise your scythe. Raise your scythe.
It's like what Doomcock says. Hey, look, without respect, we must reject.
Yes.
I agree.
You on the Orville. You know John Delancey would do that too.
Yes.
Love you, nerd cookies.
Yes.
Don't
And
ever
he's gonna
cook.
be-
That idea.
He's going to be called R.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
he might have the power to universe.
I
He
know,
would be
right?
an interesting mix with Derulio. I don't know why my mind went
Yeah.
there.
40 and Barber, yes. Vile is a wonderful word.
Post Voyager series, that would be cool.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Well,
But
someone
if that's by Star Trek, and he does this, what we'll see is we'll see a passing of the torch, where we'll see the old guard give to the new guard, but then we're going to see something entirely new.
Mhm.
So, it's not going to be, maybe Michael Dorn will make an appearance. But remember, Michael Dorn has been very adamant that he will not bastardize Worf. He will not change Worf. And he will certainly not put marbles in his mouth and dress up like a Klingon orc.
Yeah, he said that.
Like, he won't
Yes,
do it.
he will not
But-
be a Klingork.
That's right. And he will, and
Yeah.
so if we do see this, what's really fantastic and what's so exciting about this is we will see something very close to Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. We're going to see something very close to DS9. We're going to see something very close to what we like watching. And so it will be a whole new cast of characters with new stories to tell and new arcs to explore. And it will be wonderful. I don't want any more reboots. reboots. I don't want any more regurgitations. I'm a human being, not a cow. So I don't need to chew my cud. I don't have 9 stomachs for this crap. I just want to watch something new. Give me something new and beautiful and wonderful and hopeful. And for goodness sake, please make it for nerds again. Make it so that the science is something that we can aspire to, not magic. It needs to be for nerds again. Nerds need entertainment too. Bring back the science.
And thank you for coming to Raquel's TED Talk.
I imagine if Seth got a hold of Star Trek again, we'd have to send him antacids in like droves, because he would take it upon himself to do such due diligence to the show. He would just be a wreck, I would think, for a while. You'd see him walking down the streets just going, I've got to make it good again.
It'd be like RTD with Doctor Who, just like, I can't take this anymore. The pressure.
I love you, Elaine. Preach, Elaine.
Time crystals aren't sciencey enough.
Time crystals.
No, Bopper. No.
The Star Trek legacy needs to live on. That is just, it's what we all have come to know and love, and families have been able to watch together, learn together, and instill in children even just that love for science, like you were saying, and we need to preserve that. We wouldn't be where we are without it, and it needs to live on in some way. Picard can do its thing, Discovery can do its thing, but we need to have classic Star Trek represented for sure.
Absolutely.
I put in
love
my
for science
that Cooper said that he would have never have invented the cell phone if it weren't for Star Trek. He looked at the communicator, and the first thing he said to himself is, I want to put the guts in that. I want to make that real. And I want to see that kind of inspiration again, Elaine. I want to see people be hopeful and good again, and to aspire to edify themselves and to move science and humanity forward, to be a better version of ourselves, because right now we suck.
Yeah. That's so true. We need to have a show that's hopeful, that's happy. I mean, it still deals with issues, that's relevant, but it was always done in a way that you felt
they dealt with them positively.
Exactly.
We
have enough of dystopian sci-fi stuff out there. There's plenty of it.
Oh god, there's plenty. I mean, The Expanse has that covered. You want to watch that, you can watch The Expanse. It's dark, it's gritty, and it works, but it does it right. The other stuff that tries to copy that formula has just fallen flat. And it's and it's squarely because again, we talk about the Orville, and they do it the traditional Star Trek way when they're discussing social issues. But when you have something like Picard, or you have something like Discovery, it's very in your face, and it's very preachy, and that's an instant turnoff to people because the way that Star Trek used to be written, especially the DS9 episodes where they tackled a lot of that stuff, it was there, but they left it up to the fans. They presented both sides of an issue and let you decide. And that's when the best storytelling happens.
Exactly. And I feel like, too, I've been watching more of Star Trek Picard, just trying to get through it.
Right,
But,
exactly.
But it's so hard because they've changed it. They've changed it so much, and by just the ideals of the Federation, completely different. And when did we go back to needing material possessions? When did that happen? That we need money. And that's the thing. And,
yeah, I know, and it's funny because
and swearing, of course, but the other things too are more important. It's switching what is founded on the Federation. Because they didn't need money or material possessions. It was just their ambition to explore, to better themselves, and that's the whole basis of it is drawn on. And I felt like they were trying to copy a lot of Battlestar Galactica and the spiritual themes.
Yeah.
But then it just
they
came
didn't know
across
how to
as
get
a
that either.
ripoff.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny because I had like one of the Picard defenders like come at me on Twitter, and you know, and I was just like, okay, well, I referred him to the clip from First Contact where Picard's explaining to Lily, you know, exactly you know, how evolved the human race is in the 24th century and why they don't need all that stuff. And it's funny because the person that was trying to come at me about everything, they shut up real quick. But it's just like, you know,
I love that scene.
Oh, I know. And
I watch it some randomly at times. Awesome.
And it encapsulates it perfectly. I mean, you hit it on the head, Elaine, because you know they have gotten away from all that. You know, where's the Federation was founded with, especially the Prime Directive. You don't hear the Prime Directive talked about once in this show. And I get it. They're supposed to be, ooh, they're edgy. They're not part of the Federation. I get that. But, you know, that at least the principle should be in the back of your mind. The Prime Directive. You spent most of your life in Starfleet defending the Prime Directive, living by the Prime Directive, and then all of a sudden it doesn't matter. Come on, man. You know, it's like, don't insult my intelligence as a viewer.
Steven, that is literally my idea for a show, and believe me, it will be in fan fiction form by autumn.
Yeah, that I can see that too, Steven. But you know, it's crazy. And Louise, you made a good point too. Exactly. They talk about it in Discovery and completely misapply it. Exactly. And that's a problem. That's why Star Trek's out of touch with its fans. They left the fans behind. They said, we know how to do Star Trek better than you, and you don't know what it is to be a Star Trek fan. Michael Chabon came out and said it in an interview.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
He seems to just like want to pick and choose what he wants to draw from the Star Trek universe. He doesn't take it into consideration as a whole. I was reading one, I think it was, Michael Chabon, who even developed the whole story about, you know, sympathizing with the Borg based on the one scene from First Contact where Picard is, you know, they're arming themselves, and he says you might find, you know, your crewmates that have been assimilated, and don't hesitate to fire. And just that scene is what made him craft that storyline, just based on that one moment and nothing else. It's like there's so much more to it. the guy did like zero research, and that's a problem with you know, the writers that they have right now in New Trek is the fact that they don't understand the source material. They don't understand what means so much to the fan base. And then when the fan base says, hey, look, we take issue with this, they turn around and tell the fan base, well, you're toxic, or, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what it is to be a fan.
Just a second, Drew, can I interrupt you for one moment? Because, you know, I do this professionally, and I'm just noticing right now that Katie has been very delicately trying to interject. Could we give her the floor for a second? Katie, go.
Oh, no, it's fine. No, I'm thinking, you guys know the YouTube channel Cinema Sins and how they like basically they sin stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future, like maybe 5 or 10 years down the road, TV studios and movie studios, they start to bring on fans for these shows, and just like even season to season, and have them look over the content and be like, is anything against what they say in canon? And that way the writers have their creativity, but they also have that tether of the canon that
the testing group.
And that way you don't have to run into these things where the writers have to do upteen hours of research. You already have perfectly willing fans who don't necessarily have the background to write the show, but can check your work. I mean, everyone runs a spell check before sending a paper into a professor. Like, why not do that with canon?
Well, sure.
It definitely seems that the writers hate canon.
I feel like they have to have someone that's yelling at them like that, but they're ignoring it. They just don't care.
there's plenty of people willing to do that and see, they think that they're satisfying people by giving a cursory screening at the beginning, a cursory test screening, and it's for just select people anyway that they invite. They don't they don't do it even at like conventions or anything. It's just like, oh, we're going to throw a test screening out here in a certain area, invite a few people and call it a day. And they're not even inviting, full on fans that have been there from the beginning. They're inviting, people that are already into the new stuff. And I'm sorry, they're trying to appeal to a very niche part of the fan base when, the wider fan base is like, hey, yo, hold up a minute. You guys are doing this completely wrong.
Yeah, they're trying to make it mainstream, but it's much more niche than
exactly.
Yeah.
By trying to broaden it, they've really just constricted the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's a really good way to look at it.
It is. I'm not going to go on my usual rant about it because I tend to be out of respect a bit more diplomatic here, but I will say, Katie, that's the nicest way of putting it. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this question. This came up yesterday when we were talking about with Bird of Prey was on with us, and a few others were on. This is the Picard. I just want to get all your opinions. This is the Picard showrunner for season 2. He's somebody who has written episodes with Brandon Braga on Star Trek Enterprise and
which episodes? There's a very distinct line.
But the fact is that he has previous Star Trek experience, which is something we haven't seen in the last couple of years.
Well, I want to take it a step further, PJ, and tell you that they got a gentleman that also knows Battlestar that's coming on for season 2, Mark Bernardin. So
of Picard.
Yeah. So.
Well, I didn't know that. But so my question to you guys is this, for example, Sherry Redstone sidelining Alex Kurtzman and bringing in other people?
You could look at it that way, but then again, the shadow of Kurtzman still looms, and you've got Secret Hideout still has that agreement with CBS until it's done. So. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a whole lot that they can do. Hopefully they can restrict his involvement as much as possible. But, again, you're stuck with Secret Hideout. If they had the albatross of Secret Hideout from around their neck, they would be fine because they could take anything in whatever direction they wanted and bring in, somebody that was more on the traditional side. But until
I don't think it matters who they bring in because they've poisoned the well. And now both wells are poisoned. And I think that the only thing to do is to close the well and go and dig another well. And I think that is obvious. So I think that this trying to, patch this bloody warrior together, I think this warrior's had the biscuit. I think it's done. I think that it's time to lay these two horrendous, vile mummies to rest permanently.
Oh my gosh!
Let me just say, guys, let's just say goodnight to Katie because she's got to go to bed.
Yeah.
Good night, Katie.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Katie.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Katie.
Katie.
Hey,
See you later, my friend.
See you. Bye.
bye, sweetheart.
Thanks, Katie.
Take
Good
it
night.
easy.
Oh man, I'm trying. Oh gosh, I'm so trying to be diplomatic. I've got a rant building.
No,
Let
I
it
just think
out.
that they went from the
Tell
wrong. They went the wrong direction initially, and so now I just think that they're trying to do all of these repairs and trying to recast it in a certain way. But the problem is that they still don't get it. It's not the canon. It's not the dystopia. It's not all of these things separately that they can fix. It's the entire ethos of the show, the entire ethic of the show. It is no longer a science fiction show that is aspirational to the edification of man, the improvement of man. The entire ethos of the show has changed so drastically that I don't think that there is anything to save. Unless somebody wants to come along and do something new and make it wonderful and stop giving us cud to chew like we're cows, I think that there will be no saving this crap. It's just crap.
That's a good point too. And if a lot of season 2 is going to be fixing mistakes, then that's what it's going to be about instead of the story.
Yeah.
No,
Like what Star Wars is trying to do, patch up with their expanded universe.
It's just like I said, they've taken franchise after franchise and just absolutely 100% pushed out the majority of traditional fans. It's all like gone to this micro level of niche fan that they want in there because they figure like they're capitulating to these folks like they're the representative of the new kind of fan that they want, but you're pushing out fans that are, very loyal and decades old of, putting in this is a huge deal for a lot of people, and they're going and just throwing that all away. And I don't understand it. Everything's done it from Star Wars to Star Trek. I mean, you saw how, they've gone and, I hate to use the term. I know people hate it. I hate to use the term wokeified, but I don't know any other way to describe it. They wokeified Charlie's Angels. They wokeified Terminator. They sat there and ran every good franchise that people loved from back in the day into the ground. And I think that is absolutely 100% unacceptable.
I don't think that it's the woke that bothers people, because I believe that Star Trek fans were far more progressive in dealing with trans issues and issues of homosexuality and issues of race and things like this long decades before anyone else.
Sure, Raquel. I get
So
that.
as a liberal, I would like to, I'm not liberal by party, but I'm liberally minded. I'm left on that side. I would say that it's actually not the fact that the wokeification upsets me. Star Trek was already awoke a long time ago. It's everybody else who was sleeping. The problem is this, when you take all of our art and our entertainment and you turn it into a partisan vehicle, you turn it into nothing more than a vehicle for political partisanship, and you make it didactic. And that's just a big nerdy word for you do not allow the viewer or the reader to form their own opinion or to come to a conclusion naturally. You actually force them and preach at them until they submit to whatever it is you're asking them. And so for me, I just want all of the politics removed from my arts and my entertainment. I am already immersed in 360-degree politics 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 360 degrees. And that's not what Star Trek was about. Star Trek was about bringing forward ideas, exactly like Seth MacFarlane is doing with the Orville, bringing forward these really tough issues that are plaguing society. And without applying any politics at all or any ideology to it at all, he asks us to entertain what we believe and what we think. He asks us to test how married we are to that idea and to grow and to be better people.
Yes.
And if we don't get that, then they can take this and shove it. Because I don't want to watch a show, and they've already admitted that this is true, a show about Trump. I'm Canadian. I don't want to watch a show about Trump. I don't want to watch people chase Trump around. If I wanted to watch Trump, I'd turn on the TV. So I don't want my actors and actresses, and I'm sorry to be insulting, but I'm just going to tell the truth. Many of them haven't even finished high school, preaching to me about what I need to do politically and then putting it on the screen. I want my arts and my entertainment to edify me. I want them to help me grow, to play with politics and philosophy, and to help me test my ideas, for me to find joy and aspiration, not crap and politics all the time. And this is what you, and if you don't, and terrible, you must die, you are bad.
All right.
That's so well said.
Mhm. So, perfect.
Awesome.
Now I'm gonna say.
So someone's echoing. Is it?
Drew, is it you take it? Did you take your headphones out?
Oh, there it
No.
goes.
No.
It's good now.
All right. So, Band of Menace, baby. All I gotta say is yes, we went back our escapist entertainment. Yes, we went back the things that we hold dear in some kind of form that makes us remember them in the way that we love them. Embrace us. We're here to give you our money, our time, our views, our loyalty, as long as you respect us. And I'm talking to you, Hollywood, because all you higher ups in Hollywood, all you want to do is sit there and chat about politics all day, throw it in our faces. And you know what? We're done with that. We're done with that. We're going to keep our wallets closed until you learn to respect us, the fans, again. And then when you do, we'll come back. We're waiting to come back. But
true.
it's on you.
Yeah. And I did want to add that
Seth, I love you. You're doing a great job. We are not poop talking you right now, Seth. Seth, as a social scientist and as an academic, I need to tell you right now that if there is even the slimmest chance that you are watching this, you are doing a wonderful job. Thank you for bringing all of these terrible, awful issues that we need to deal with in society, and giving us the opportunity to talk about them in a way that's positive, where we can educate ourselves and perhaps create cultural transformation through education and through finding common ground, instead of turning the whole of society into a basket of deplorables and creating otherness. You are bringing people into the fold and saying, you know what, let's do this in a positive way. Let's discuss this in a meaningful way. Let's bring all the players and all the ideas and all the opinions together. So Seth, I love you.
Yeah.
love you, Seth.
Hey, you know what, Raquel? I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
That's awesome. And I just wanted to add that kind of what you were saying, Drew, too, was even what they're trying to do with Picard, they're not even writing it well. Like they're trying to push this agenda, but it's just poor storytelling. Like it's so boring to watch. Some of the episodes of Picard are just like, this is a chore for me.
It is.
And they're trying to push something. It's like you can't even express it in a pleasing way. Like you can't even do that to where I'm actually enjoying it. It's just not even good. They're relying too much on the fact that, well, we're saying this is our message, instead of crafting a good story.
Yeah.
Well, another annoying thing that happens, Elaine, is they have so many different, there seems to be this thing where, everybody has to direct an episode, somebody different every single time. Yeah. And then, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. So, you've never got any sort of pacing, continuity, anything like that to where, there's anything redeeming to watch. Like you feel like it's all disjointed all the time, and you get that.
Definitely feels disjointed.
Yeah. Whether it's a movie, whether it's a television show, you can just pay attention to the pacing and you tune out because, the plot, it's just so boring in spots. Yeah. They don't know how to do it right. When Raquel and I on Thursdays are discussing an episode of Battlestar, for example, it's such a pleasure because it's multi-layered, it's well written. We go in and we can we can find the A plot and the B plot and the C and D plots even, and you've got all these well-weaved storylines working together in unison, and it's amazing. And you've got character development, just moving on in a very good way. And you take the shows now, and like Discovery and Picard, you get a certain level of development, and then bam, the character's stuck there. It's not going in any certain direction forward, and in some cases it regresses. So you're not even finding out important things or seeing important changes. It's just all about, first and foremost, as Raquel mentioned, it's all about the biggest thing, pushing the political narrative. And it's so...
and the worst thing is that Patrick Stewart even went to 2 different magazines and said that. He said, the only way that I'll do this show is if we can make it like Marvel Comic Universe. I want it to be like Logan. I would like to have some aspect of Pitbull rescue, and I would like to go after Trump and Brexit. And do you know what Gene Roddenberry said in 1991 to Humanist Magazine? He said that if I lose a single viewer to ham-handed or political bludgeoning, I've not done my job. And
Thank you for saying that, Raquel.
That political bone and chewing it on all the time is a way to alienate people, and it doesn't create cultural transformation. Questioning through education creates cultural transformation. So all they're doing is beating the drums of their own political party. It's not fair to Gene Roddenberry's memory. It's not fair to the intellectual property, and it's not fair to the fans.
No, it's not at all.
I have a question for you guys. We've seen how the Orville has poked fun in several ways at Star Trek. We all remember when the tardigrade gave the ship an STD with his alien porn. And Ed Mercer joking about was it Captain Philopia or whatever it was, Philopia. So how might we see? Any ideas of how might we see them poking fun at Picard season 1?
I don't know. They just have to have a dawdling old man on board that everybody knows that.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. All the women are yelling at.
All the women are yelling at. Yeah.
Women of color went from being engineers and astronauts and commodores to being drug addicts sucking on a Bic pen. This is what's happened to our beloved Star Trek, where, Martin Luther King Jr. Was praising the show and asking his children to sit around the television and watch this show. And now it's a woman of color sucking on a Bic pen, living in a trailer park.
Well, no, she's like, that's like, I don't know, like she's smoking like meth or crack or something.
Like what are they trying? What's the image there?
I know, that was a total, thank you, Raquel, because I was talking about that with my buddy Wes Moody. We pointed that out. I was on a stream with Wes a while back, and we were talking about that. Because we said, we both said Rafi could have been a great character because, as you could see, she's a former Starfleet officer. She could have been compelling if they would have worked off that in the correct way. But no, what do? Oh, well, we introduce you to Rafi, and here's this lady, living in a ghetto ass trailer, like in squalor, and she's smoking on a friggin' crack pipe.
Nothing has been pulled forward. Look at all the other women. All the other women are the ice witch or the ice queen archetype, where every single woman is a swearing, castigating woman who is trying to behave as though she's a woman or a man in a woman's body. It seems like somebody's played with the idea of paper dolls too much in their life, and they're just slapping a woman character on top of a male character.
Well, it's
more dynamic than that. And we also aren't all castigators. We're not all like, shut up, old man.
Yeah, well, the thing too. No, go ahead, Elaine.
That wasn't me. Was LJ. Sorry.
You were mentioning about how the Orville might poke fun at the Orville at Picard, which has been really hard to watch, just because I don't see the captain there that I thought I would. What if for an episode they brought on an officer, somebody rather high up, who you really see him and you don't understand because he doesn't have any leadership qualities. He doesn't have a good sense of what he's doing, and you find out later that he totally faked his union points test.
Nice. That would
Sure.
But that's what I miss. I miss the Picard who said engage, who said make it so, who took you on a journey, who inspired you to create. You know, I watched that in my childhood, and it definitely influenced me a lot, and you know, inspired me to do more than just consume. And I don't see that at all in Picard. I will admit, I haven't finished it. Watching these episodes is like, it makes me nauseous when I finally turn it off, and then I have to tell myself, okay, there's another episode coming.
Well, you know,
You and me both. We're in the same boat.
well, you know, LJ, the thing that bothers me, you know, going into this, you know, when I was sitting there and watching it from the beginning, you know, I was hoping that at least my vision of Picard that I understood, I understood that he would still probably be pretty messed up from you know, dealing. I know he didn't deal well with Data's death and all that, and sure, they all would have been messed up over that. They were messed up over that, but you know, with his career and everything that he accomplished, saving the galaxy, you know, so many times over, he's a legend in Starfleet. He commands a certain level of respect, and for people to just come out of the gate treating him like that, talking to him that way, you know, everything else, I mean, it's just like, what the hell happened? You know, I mean, even if he's like walking into, you know, Starfleet headquarters as a civilian, okay, he still should command a level of respect. The cadets there should know who he is, for God's sakes, because they should be studying his exploits in freaking academy. And it's like, you know, there is no respect. They just like, everybody treats him like ho hum, you know, oh yeah, Mr. Picard, yeah, go that way. You know, it's like, are you serious? And then you got these people talking to him like, you know, it's borderline elder abuse. Come on, man. You know, that is not Jean-Luc at all.
What did you guys think about in the season one? That whole there was in season one of Discovery, there was a rape scene of a Klingon woman raping the Starfleet officer who was her prisoner.
Yep.
What did you guys think about that?
It was actually an arc. It was
an arc.
An entire rape arc. We got to have lots of rape with some more rape and some rapity rape, and it was very rapey, and it was lots of rape.
I gotta get going, guys. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for a wonderful conversation. Oh, hi. I will say for Discovery, I do think they missed an incredible opportunity just to have two incredible female leads, but they killed one of them off. Anyways, thank you guys so much for having me. It's been really fun. I will see you guys all later.
Thank you, LJ. Nice to meet you, LJ.
We're going to have LJ back. We're going to have LJ back soon to talk about her writing. So thank you, LJ.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Hey, LJ, if you want to write, hit me up, by the way, because
I will do that, actually. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
I'm sorry, Raquel, I interrupted you.
Oh no, I don't mind. I like speech and debate, so I'm all about the interrupting as long as it's for the good. No, I thought that it was there was nothing virtuous about it to show a woman raping a man. I think it was more nothing progressive about it. I think it was actually more disgusting than that. I think it was just more them trying to make it like Game of Thrones. And they wanted to make it super gritty, and they wanted to make sure that, you know, every second scene was rape. No, that was a hard no for me. How about you, Elaine? How about all that rape, Elaine?
Well, I am actually really shocked. I've never seen Discovery. You know, I heard such bad things about it, and now I'm really glad that I haven't seen it yet. That really disgusts me, actually. I
Yeah.
can't believe that's in there.
Well, it's like I said, this is what we're dealing with now, and they're putting stuff in here, like elements like that just don't belong in Star Trek. You're putting the stuff in there like the torture porn stuff in Picard, the swearing, the rape stuff. You know, just why all this graphic stuff? It's not
So what
needed.
was the point of that? Was it
Yeah,
anything involved with the story? I mean,
let me just say that they tried to reverse the role with that character of him going through the female, like what a female might go through with the rape, and the fact that then he takes the baby and leaves, and he's like, instead of a mother taking the baby, he takes the baby, and they try to flip all that on that's kind of what they wanted to do. Does it fit in the story? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they were just going after the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, they were.
Let's some rape and pillage and violence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like Game of Thrones should have no place in, at least the spirit of it, no place in Star Trek. Star Trek is its own thing. Game of Thrones is its own thing.
Yes, but that's what happens when you chase ratings, and I think they're chasing ratings.
Yeah, and that's the thing too with Battlestar. Battlestar like changed a lot, I guess, in the science fiction franchise. It was such a awesome show. It really pioneered a lot of things in the way it was filmed and the storytelling. And I think a lot of shows are trying to replicate that.
Well, they did, but you know, like I said, they should have learned from the first time. They tried to take and duplicate BSG like almost directly afterwards with Stargate Universe, and there's a bit of debate on that show. But all in all, Stargate Universe tried to be like BSG Light, and that didn't work. And, you know, it's already proven that, you know, I think BSG by now has proven that it was just groundbreaking and it was its own thing. You can't duplicate that. And they still don't learn their lesson. They're like, oh, we're going to do this with Star Trek. We're going to be dark. And then it's like you said, Elaine, they took the Game of Thrones formula. Like both of you girls are absolutely 100% spot.
It's very clear, Drew. It's very clear with the between the Romulan brother and sister and Picard, that sexual tension. That's all. Yeah, you're right. That's all Game of Thrones.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they really brother and sister? I haven't.
Yeah, they were. And it's and again, it's like I said, this stuff is not needed. This is Star Trek. This is 100% supposed to be Star Trek. That stuff does not belong. You know.
Yeah, like if you wanted to write that, just write your own original concept, but they're pillaging the name of Star Trek and its legacy.
Yes.
And just forming it in the way they want it to be. Yeah.
And it's only Star Trek in name. It's not Star Trek. It's only Star Trek in name. Hey guys, you know the topic of this show. We've sort of digressed because we're going over time largely extensively. I just wanted to say how much I love that Tyrone brought up Q. Wouldn't it be cool if the new character was that prodigal's daughter and it was Q? Tyrone.
That would be awesome if there was a Q-like character introduced.
Oh, and thank you for
if
your
that's Ann Winter's now.
Yeah. Well, all I could say, if I think he's talking. Are you talking about Star Trek, Tyrone?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Orville. If that was it, let me see.
He's talking about a Q-like or character, I think.
Yeah.
On the Orville.
Well, no, he said.
Oh no, he's not talking about Star Trek.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think he's talking about Star Trek because he said that's how Q can be the only thing that can.
Q can right the wrongs.
Yeah.
But see, here's the problem with that. They've already jumped the shark with the way that they ended Picard in season 1. So they're stuck with that now. You know, they can't do anything with Q unless they really retcon it and Q just like snaps his finger and Picard wakes up and the whole thing is a dream.
Yeah.
They really like painting themselves into a corner creatively. They like to do these dramatic, subvert expectations kind of decisions, and then they're stuck with that.
Yeah, but what if Picard is put in or no, let's put Michael Dorn in his quarters, and he's just, I don't know, or on the holodeck or something, where he just wakes up and goes, computer, end program.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's could be the mirror universe.
All this poo, all the poo could be gone. We could flush the toilet on everything from 2006 to 2020, and if we could just flush it, computer and program.
Yes,
I wish, Raquel.
It would make sense if this was the mirror universe. It would make sense to me.
Yeah,
guys. What about this? Let me just put this out there real quick. We find out in the last episode of Picard that they could have brought back Data anytime. And not only do they not bring him back, they totally disconnect him, and they could have put him into a new body.
It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense now. It's just emotional nonsense. They've turned this into a soap opera. People aren't used to that. They want science. They want their brains tickled as far as advanced philosophy, perhaps some comparative literature and science. And Star Trek used to make all of that accessible and titillating to the common person. And now it's just garbage. It's like a daytime soap opera.
What's with this trend about characters dying, but then not really?
You haven't watched Picard, right?
I don't know. Me?
No, you haven't watched it, right?
I haven't finished it. I'm like halfway.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no.
Anyway.
I know what happens. I'm sorry. I've been reading about it. It's just so hard for me.
Like, what have I done?
No.
Don't worry about it. See, if I cared about it, truly cared about it, then I wouldn't want any spoilers. Same thing with Rise of Skywalker at that point.
That you still have to go through the suffering.
I know. I know. It's hard. But yeah, I was reading about it, and it just seems to be like people or writers they want to invoke that dramatic emotional response in people. And I guess killing off a character is the easiest way to do that. But then not really. Let's bring him back kind of thing. And, they did that, of course, in Rise of Skywalker so many times. And it feels like now they're another trend that's spreading around.
Well, you know what, Elaine? I mean, I was gonna say, I figured you already pretty much knew what the hell was gonna happen anyway, because God, you're in that fourth wave chat too, so you got between me, Steven, Scott, and all those guys.
I mean, I've been reading about it, but just watching it is another thing entirely.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, you get to see the train wreck in all its glory, and it's good to know. It's good to watch it. I mean, like I said, I got to episode 5, and when I got to episode 5, at that point, I was hate watching.
That's where I'm at right now. I think I watched a little bit of 5, but I'm a little scared to continue because I know what happens with Icheb. And I just don't want to. I might just skip that one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought that was very weird too, to reach into the personal life of the Manu, and to do that to him on TV. I thought was not only extremely strange, but may require blow dart level meds. What kind of person gets catharsis or relief or excitement or enjoyment out of screwing the eyeball out of the character because something has transpired between the actors offset? Yeah,
and they call it art. That's how they justify it.
And that's really upsetting to me. I'm also really upset, that Manu has said sorry for what happened. I went back and looked through the texts.
Oh yeah.
He stepped in it by an accident. He didn't do it on purpose. But what I took issue with, that no one has talked about online, is the fact that there was some sort of weird rumor circulating that that Jerry Ryan hated him and called him a pervert and all this other stuff. Well,
Yeah.
I just want to say this, and that he harassed her on set and stuff. I would challenge anyone right now to go with a calculator and tell me how old Manu was, and then tell me how old Jerry Ryan was. And then tell me if you believe like a kid is some sort of predator on Jerry Ryan, who's like, what was she, like 33, 34 years old at the time? Like if some 18, 19-year-old kid starts coming after me, I'm like, look, kid, you're young enough nearly to be my grandson. Get lost. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like, oh, he was a creep. Let's get rid of him. Let's screw his eye out on TV. Like it was a little mental. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
it's a
and
little
they're
mental.
friends anyway. They're friends, right? I think. I mean,
Yeah.
Manu told us they were friends.
At least
Yeah,
that's
but
what he
online you
indicated.
saw the people on Twitter going crazy. They were like, that guy was a pervert. He harassed Jerry Ryan. That guy got what he deserved, and saying all this nutty stuff where you're like, wow, social media is nuts. It makes people behave like lunatics.
Well,
What are you drinking, PJ?
I am drinking. You want some? I'm drinking. Oh, you can't see it.
No, we can't see it.
It's a green bottle.
What
I'm
is
drinking
that?
white wine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
Nice.
the thing, but see,
Sorry.
the thing is, Raquel, though, like, you know, the behind the scenes people, like, I guess wanted to stick it to them too. You know, that's why they went with the different actor. That's why they soft blacklisted him. I mean, it's just stupid, you know,
Let
politics.
me stop you right there. I just
Yeah,
want
but
to
who
say
suffers really?
I just want to stop you right there because I totally agree with exactly what you're saying right now, because I have never seen a production company or a television show so enamored and over enmeshed in the way that the fans react to what's going on social media. How could they not have possibly seen the inappropriate bullying that was happening to poor Manu? No matter what he's done, how could somebody be overly involved in the tiniest little detail of the way that they're having discussions on social media with one person and completely oblivious to the other? I agree with you, Drew, because I think that only the person with the mind of a child could believe that they didn't see any of the abuse that Manu went through, but were right on top of everything that was happening with the other actors. You are dead to right on that one, Drew.
Oh yeah, he was soft blacklisted, 100%. He got screwed over, and then you know, for them to also like kind of, I mean, again, Jonathan Del Arco, good actor, you know, comes back in a role, and they clearly knew that this person meant something to the fans, and they go and give him a, you know, cheap, a 100% cheap death.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it was for a casual story beat. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, you have, if you know that you've got, granted, he was a huge character, but maybe not, you know, integral to, you know, like he wasn't core crew or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. But still, everybody know who Hugh was. Everybody knew. And the problem is you take a character like that that's respected and beloved by the fans, and you're just gonna give him a cheap death like a bitch. I mean, come on, you know, at least give the guy his due. Let him go out with the heroic moment. Let him have a proper, you know, send off if you are going to, you know, end that character's involvement in the show, because that's a big deal. At least give him the proper respect of a good send off in the story. They didn't even do that. You know, they just cheapened it the way that they did it. And when, again, I go back to that interview with Shaban, he said, well, it was done for effect. I mean, are you serious though right now? I'm like, dude, you know, you're going to do that for effect. Do that with some freaking red shirt. You don't do it with, like, Hugh.
Yeah. What do you think, Elaine?
Yeah, I definitely think that like whatever's going on behind the scenes has no place in front of the camera in
That's how I
storytelling.
feel. Like
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
don't
matter
care.
what he did. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, if he did what he did was good or bad, or you agree with him or not. I totally agree with you, Elaine. I just don't want to see it. Like, keep your drama to yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, Louise. He played stupid. He said, "Oh, I didn't know that they cared about recurring." Get out of here. He knew.
By the way, Manu has been banned from all the Star Trek organized conventions
Oh yeah, I'm not
as
surprised.
well. It's not just the acting; it's like, and all those guys made their living from the conventions.
They did him, man. They did him dirty, PJ.
Yeah,
Flat out, they just did him dirty. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They soft blacklisted the guy, to where he almost, other than doing the, stuff that he's doing creatively and working, independently. I mean, they basically made sure he's soft blacklisted from getting on another show.
Have you read the original tweet?
Oh yeah.
So you know that in the original tweet that that the age that was given, that the actor was messing around with these young guys, the actual age that was given was, I think, 18 to 21 or something like that. Anyway, they were.
Oh, really?
It was of majority in Canada. In Canada, it's 18 years old. So he got drawn into that whole fight. And it was very clear from the tweets that he never intended to do that. And that's why he showed so much contrition. He was like, look, I didn't realize we were talking about underage kids. I would never have ever said that. I was just talking about how young actors like to sleep with famous people and so on and so forth, and back and forth, and vice versa. And he got drawn into the fray that way. And so when I saw that, then I was like, oh, okay, I sort of see. So he sort of thought that we're talking about like an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kid. I can see how he got drawn in. And then, like I said, then I went and looked at the numbers of because of these harassment claims that he was sexually harassing Jerry Ryan. This is what the fans were saying on social media, especially on Twitter. And I also found out that he was like a punk kid who was just chasing around an older actress, and it could have even have been a gentle, cute little crush or whatever, So I just, whether I agree with the guy or not, or I believe the guy or not, or I defend the guy or not, or I don't know the real story. Perhaps I have the story all wrong. Maybe he is a bad guy or whatever. I still take Elaine's side. I still believe the same thing. Do not murder him on TV in front of me like it's some sort of a nod that I'm supposed to accept. It's not in good form. I don't want to see that. Stop that. Don't sully Star Trek and the whole fan base by getting us involved in your fight or the quote unquote crucifixion of this character. I don't want to know. I don't want to see that.
Why should we suffer?
For that? I want to make another point to you, Raquel, and I don't know if you knew about this. So, for anybody that doesn't know, but I think most of you in the chat do know about this. Like, I have a friend on Twitter named Anas Abdeen, and I got to be friends with Anas because I actually did a story on Anas for Bounding Into Comics. Anas at the time was developing an independent video game, and he had it for sale on the platform on Steam for computer, and it was a game called Tardigrades, and it had characters that looked awfully close to Tilly, to Stamets, to Michael Burnham, and things like that. This was well back before Discovery was even an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So it really does appear that not only was the creature from his game, because the game was called Tardigrades, he had a tardigrade in the game. It appears that CBS, Secret Hideout, they actively plagiarized this man's work.
Yeah.
And like I said, I covered quite a bit of the story while working for Bounding Into Comics, and
He lost his case, didn't he?
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And you know,
Well, he's appealing now.
yeah,
He's appealing now, but it's very important that, because although this is a very informal setting, it is very important that that we make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's.
but I lost all respect for Secret Hideout at that point, and I just went and I refused to support or watch Discovery in any way.
Yeah.
Because of what they did. Because talking to the man, getting to know the man, he's one of the sweetest, kindest people that I've ever had the opportunity to chat with. He and I bonded because he's going through similar issues with his sick family that I'm going through with my mom.
Yeah.
He and I correspond back and forth. We're I guess the modern version of pen pals. We DM on Twitter together, and I check on him and he checks on me. Very
It should also be said that there are a plethora of academics and critics all over Twitter who are and Facebook and YouTube who have found visual evidence of borrowing from many franchises. It seems as though that this entire new Star Trek enterprise is just a cobbling together of other people's ideas. We see Firefly, we see Lord of the Rings. It's just taking a whole bunch of other people's ideas and trying to turn it into new ideas. And it's because there has been a shift toward mass appeal. They want as many viewers as they can get. And they don't understand that Star Trek is a niche market. It is a little tiny fandom, but that little tiny fandom is very loyal, and it is also worth a lot of money in merchandise. I mean, Star Trek fans invented cosplay. We buy props. I have an office full of props. Look at the props. I mean, these are on-set quality props.
But the people that they're marketing
This is what
to,
we do. But the people who they're marketing to are now a mass market, and they're not interested in the merch, and they perhaps might not even watch the show because they are all about the politics and want this new media narratives, which is discussing ideas on social media to try and get vanity metrics and to attract friends. So that is a completely different thing than creating a
Thank you,
television
Stig.
show.
Thank you, Stig Kenobi. You nailed it, my friend. But see this is the thing that definitely drove me away from Discovery, because I firmly stand behind Anas. He's become a personal friend of mine, and it's a shame what happened to that man. It really is.
Let me say too that there is a lot more borrowing than even meets the eye, because there's a lot of people in our community. There's people that that we know personally who have been borrowed from, and they don't say anything, and nobody knows about that. And and CBS is borrowed from people we know in our community.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because what are you gonna say, PJ? I mean, how are you going to go up against, high-powered legal teams like that? You got no recourse. I mean, especially when, God, if that ever happened to me, if I got plagiarized by a major company like that, I'd be defenseless. I mean,
I think it's very important too that we make sure that we own language and that we stick with what words actually mean. So I would just like to say, for the record, because I am an academic and I am a social scientist, that I do believe in social justice. I just don't believe that that a television show can become a political way of expressing civic engagement. So I believe that the original Star Trek was actually social justice. It created enlightened witness, like Bell Hooks would say, enlightened witness. It helped us to transform what we thought about other people and otherness. And we soon learned that those people were a lot like us. And I want everyone who is watching this show today to know that I believe in that. However, I do not believe that you can get on Twitter under an anonymous handle and brutally and viciously attack other people using a television show as a way to express political engagement and civic engagement. I believe in social justice. I just don't believe that what they're doing is social justice.
No, it's not.
A toxic form of bullying, and it's alienating people, and it is getting in the way of social justice. It's getting in the way of real enlightenment and cultural transformation.
You're exactly right, Raquel, because this modern thing now, instead of being progressivism, it's regressivism.
I agree.
That's all it is, because what's happening here is this is just all a social this is social construct. This is fake social justice. It's not real social justice at all. It's exactly what you said. And it's another conversation for another day if we go into
it's a placebo, and it's very scary, because what it's doing is it's breeding apathy, and it's making us incredibly regressive. And a case in point is, once again, when I was growing up watching the original series, women of color were Commodores. They were engineers and astronauts. They were brilliant women who could completely rewire an entire comm panel on a spaceship, on a starship. And now they're women who suck on the end of a big pen to receive drugs. And people of color, I don't think that is I don't think that's social justice. I think that that's pandering to the lowest common denominator. It's incredibly regressive. It's incredibly toxic, and I don't like it. Star Trek is supposed to be aspirational. It's not supposed to be like this.
Let me just welcome Stig, guys. Hello, Stig.
Hey,
How you
Stig.
doing?
Hey, Stig.
Hey, Stig.
Hello there.
Hi, everyone. Hello there.
How are you doing? You sound so much like Ewan McGregor.
I know you did.
I'm doing quite well. I hope you are doing well as well.
Yes.
We started talking about the new crew member on the Orville, and we somehow always end up talking about Star Trek.
Just to chime in on what's just been said, the new, social justice warriors, or whatever you want to call it, they don't usually give a damn about the people they're defending. It's all about them painting a glorious self-portrait of themselves for their echo chamber. That's what it is.
True.
Yeah. It's a big social construct, Stig, and it's come from all these years of rampant social engineering, and it's just, God, it's so fake, because it's funny if we go back, those of us that are around the age like Raquel and I are, and we look back through the decades, honestly, we got to a point, we got to a sweet spot for a while where things were looking good. And what happened was, the movements were organic, and then you got into somehow this weird social engineering, socially constructed artificial arguments now, and it's turned into a completely different thing, and that infiltrated all these organic, all the good progress. It was all infiltrated by these types of people, purveying this sort of ideology, and now it's just been all warped. So racial equality movement has been warped. The feminist movement has been warped.
Yes.
A lot of noble causes have been warped, and it's simply because of, like I said, this really weirdly spun ideology that, when you break it down, has no substance. It's all circular. It's all hollow. There's
But
no.
I do agree with Stig, because Stig actually doesn't think that it's ideological, and neither do I. The thing is that vanity metrics mean are God right now. Okay, so vanity metrics are God. So basically, I sort of believe what Stig believes, and just this point only, and that is that a lot of the stuff that's being said online is being said to collect likes, to collect hits, to be holier than thou, to say, look at what I stand for. But in the community, you don't see those people civically engaging in any of those things that they're preaching about online.
No, they're virtue signalers, Raquel.
Well, I don't like using all these terms, because, like I said, I do believe in social justice. I do believe in civic engagement. I do believe in cultural transformation. I am pro lesbian, gay, bi, and trans. I am pro people of color, being equal, women being equal. I'm for equality. I'm a left-minded person, but at the same time, I'm not doing that emptily. I actually care. I come from a multicultural, multi-ethnic family. I have many lesbian, gay, bi, and trans friends, and I actually care about these issues. And it goes beyond likes.
What's happened though is that someone decided that victimhood is the most valuable currency, and people leached onto it to kind of create fake money for themselves. They're basically leeching off that, and it happened with the rise of social media, I think, because echo chambers. So basically, it's almost narcissism, because they're feeding off positive feedback. People are always agreeing, giving them likes for whatever it is. And
well, it can actually create like an addiction. There are many research papers that say that a lot of people in this generation are actually addicted to it, like it's cocaine. So a lot of the time that they don't even realize what they're doing. They're just addicted to having somebody hit the heart. But that has created a toxic force in our society, because we really were moving forward in a true and meaningful and beautiful way. And I would like to get back to that. I'm a big fan of bell hooks, and I would like to get back to creating real cultural enlightened witness, real cultural transformation, and in the real world, not just hearts.
Yeah, it's weird to look at, because all of a sudden they go, oh yeah, first female lead in a Marvel movie, and no, you had Red Sonja back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And look at the cast of Predator and Aliens. That's a diverse cast.
And Trinity, Matrix.
Yeah.
I mean, awesome female characters, and they like to pretend that none existed before now.
Yeah, because they were characters. The ones they do today is like, okay, we need a black fellow or something to check a box. So they put one in, but that character isn't even a character. It's just there to be a skin color. So if a character is only in the movie or the story, to represent the skin color, that character will only be skin deep to begin with.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I agree.
I've seen a lot of that, and I find it quite upsetting. I call it the paper tiger syndrome. They put the paper tiger out there, and you think it's there and that it's incredibly powerful and moving, but the second that you approach it, you realize that it disintegrates in front of you, because it's nothing more than onion paper. These are paper tigers. And it's very unfortunate, because when you look at Nichelle Nichols' career, she changed the world, and she is an icon for women and people of color. Women and people of color adore her, because she gave us something to look up to. I dreamt of being an astronaut. I dreamt of, comms and tech and science because of her. I absolutely love her. I adore her. And she was real and made a difference enough so that it even got Martin Luther King involved. And now, what do we have? We have nothing. And that's why we have to, centering this whole issue back on where we started, we have to applaud the Orville for creating a place where that could exist again, where aspirational thoughts and feelings and actual cultural transformation can occur. So I'm very proud of the Orville, and I'm happy that it's there and that it's filling that void, because society needed that. We need aspiration. We need hope. We need people to believe in one another again, and to not feed into otherness, but to realize that the other is actually yourself.
Yes, it's definitely a breath of fresh air, for sure.
Yeah.
Remember this, and what Raquel was talking about. Remember when Star Trek inspired everybody at NASA, and they even named the
Wow.
first space shuttle after the NCC 1701.
Mm-hmm.
1701.
Yeah, that's what it's
1701.
supposed to be. It's supposed to inspire in this way, and now it's just like every other dystopian property highlighting like negative things. But let's look to something positive. Let's look at the good things about and dream of what society could be, and ambition.
It's very good to have little girls dreaming they're going to be Nichelle Nichols, dreaming they're going to be Uhura.
Mhm.
That's what we need. With
Exactly.
what little girl would want to watch the new show with the girl that's sucking the crack out of the pen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably not if they're. I mean, it's rated mature anyway, so I don't know how old they would be.
I mean, my goodness.
Well, then how come they're advertising
Yeah.
a 7-year-old boy watching it? Their Bosch campaign, or whatever the kid's name is.
Yeah,
She's
I've heard
7
people
years
that got roped in, of course, by the premiere because it was TV 14, and then didn't bother to check because I didn't know that the rating had changed, and we're surprised by the F-bomb and like, okay, well, my 4-year-old can't watch this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cray, man. I'm hoping that that's why I'm hopeful, I guess, that, and I'm so happy to get behind like when they have the tweet storms about Stargate and stuff like that, because I really believe that Joseph Malosi, that's one of the creatives behind Stargate and has always been. I really believe that at least he knows and has an understanding of the property, and if Stargate can get picked up and they can start doing Stargate stuff again, they'll do it right at least.
They've said it on Twitter in messages. It's not going to be woke. When Stargate's ready to come back, it's not going to be woke. It's going to be Stargate.
Mm-hmm.
Stargate's coming back.
Stop saying woke, everyone, because what you do is you empower these people who are trying to polarize everyone. Stop using the word woke, because then you fall into their trap. You should call it the way that you see it. Be incredibly accurate. Be precise with your diction. Choose your vocabulary wisely.
What should we say? What should we say?
Come right out and say, this is not going to be a heavy-handed political partisan show. I call these people on their BS, because they're full of BS, and they're hiding behind vulnerable people, making vulnerable people feel even more vulnerable, and like society doesn't care about them. Call these people on it. They have a partisan show that is political, that is making you choose your partisanship, and it's all about the party and follow the party. It's very George Orwell.
It's not going to be a bunch of political bullshit.
Yeah. I'd love it if everyone stopped using the word woke and just started saying, you know what? These people who are trying to politically manipulate people and trying to sell their political partisanship on TV, that's not what this show is going to be about. We're going back to normal TV again, And then what we do is we take away all their power. We take away all the power of that language that they're trying to create. And they are definitely manipulating language.
Hey, Stig.
Yes.
Oh man, See, this is why I think this woman is so beautiful and eloquent.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, you know,
think-
I think most people agree with most of this, social justice stuff, right? By default. But the problem starts when social justice warriors or whatever it is starts force feeding, stuffing it down people's throats and force feeding them the stuff. That's when people get fed up.
Yeah.
Right? So it's doing way more harm than good.
Yeah.
I mean, let people think for themselves, and
Yeah. But it's
If they
also
don't-
it's also the simplification of these huge issues. You wouldn't believe how many people I've watched on Twitter get called terrible names like racist, misogynist, all this stuff. Meanwhile, you come to find out that they could be queer or trans themselves. We've simplified everything to the point now where we can just reduce it to name calling. If you can just ad hominem attack, and that's all you need. I think we need to take out that compression, expand the language again, and call people on their BS. Because if and I have seen this often on Twitter, when you go after a queer person who's trans, and you're saying that they're like transphobes and stuff, like, what are you doing? What do you
Yeah,
and that's happening.
it's weird though, because they're also contradicting themselves big time. I mean, if there's what is it, 79 genders and it's all fluid, then how can there be a wage gap?
Where are there 79 genders? What do you mean?
A gender wage gap.
Oh.
No, I heard about the same paper about how that technically there is a group of people who believes that there are 79 genders and they would like to assign that. However, let's go back to your earlier point, and your earlier point is the one that I agree with. That generally speaking, I believe the vast majority of the population is in favor of lesbian, gay, bi, and trans rights, and is in favor of an egalitarian society.
Yeah, most people are live and let live people.
Yeah, just say hi to Bird, who's joined us, guys.
Hey,
Hi,
The
Bird.
most awkward time. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Bird.
Most likely we only live once. So, in my opinion, as long as this does no harm, let people live the way they want.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's really that simple, and I think most people agree with that.
Well, Stig, that's why, dude, I love being your friend, because you're a fellow free thinker, and I absolutely 100% respect and admire that about you. And that's that's what I said. Most people, all of you guys and gals, we're free thinkers, but and we're common sense thinkers. We come from a place of common sense. But the problem is again, the audience that a lot of Hollywood is pandering to are people caught up in this nonsense. And people like us, they like to gatekeep us out and say that we're wrong, or that we're the gatekeepers because we simply take issue with, when we go and point out the flaws in their bullshit arguments.
But the bottom line is if you took away all digital forms of media and you took away all social media, none of these narratives would be taking place, because people would go to the movies, they would enjoy themselves, and they would have a wonderful time. I think the vast majority of the public just want some quality entertainment, and the world isn't quite as hateful and terrible as media, especially social media, leads us to believe. I think people are generally good, and I think that once we start start pandering to the general goodness and goodwill in people is when we're going to see society turned around. But if we keep harping on this negativity and these highly polarized political partisanship camps that are going to war on social media day in and day out, the vast majority of people who are not on those political peripheries are going to be silent. And there's a reason why they call it the silent majority. But it's very important for people to remember that it is the majority. The vast majority of people are just normal, kind, open-minded people, and they don't want anyone to be hurt, and they don't want to take away anyone's rights. So when we play into this crap, we make it seem more important than it actually is.
Yeah, it's like
Well said.
people, read Batman or they watch Star Trek or Star Wars or whatever it is to get a break from, life, escapism. If the real world is, sucking, then visit a different one, right, for a little while. But they're putting it in every entertainment now, right? So it's basically they're taking away the escapism, which is why people get pissed.
Stig,
like what?
Go. I'll finish your thought. I want to say something when you're done.
It's like people rudely waking you up when you're having a good dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
can I say something, Drew? We all, like in our nerd community or geek nerd community, whatever it is, we all talk a lot about escapism. But I think there's one thing. There's something else too about there's a real blueprint for a hopeful future.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want my kids or my grandkids to grow up in a shitty dystopian society.
Yes.
Like there's also that there is the escapism, and there's also that hope that we have inside is manifested in Berman and Roddenberry Trek.
Modeling.
Definitely.
PJ. It's modeling. It's not just escapism. It's modeling. And if we are able to model these aspirations and to bring them to life, to give them life, this is more than escapism. Then we put our good thoughts and our good intentions to work. We bring it to life.
Speaker for the Dead said, Stig makes me think of Top Gear.
Yeah, I've heard that a bit. And also there's an old children's book called Stig of the Dump, I believe. Some caveman fellow living in a trash can. Stig is actually my real first name, so.
Yeah, well, Stig, you're just I've gotten used to you just being my favorite Viking.
Oh, thank you.
It's funny now. Now on Twitter, anytime I see a picture of Christopher Plummer or Ewan McGregor, I just think about Stig Kenobi and Bird of Prey. I don't even think about the actors anymore.
Nice.
Great.
I do apologize.
Stig's real picture, though. He's actually a handsome fellow.
No, that's great. It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
Apparently, I look like Gary Oldman now.
Oh, really?
I don't know. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Stig. Oh.
Last month, it was Ewan McGregor. Now I look like Gary Oldman. I'm aging fast.
You look like a man who could rock the mustache wax.
I don't know. I just I'm too lazy to shave. That's
you could have a very majestic mustachio.
Too much work.
Bird, have you ever done any Klingon cosplay yourself?
Way back, I used to have a pretty good Klingon full face mask, but that was it. Nothing much beyond that. Oh, and I had a couple of batleths, but I never really went all out in costume. I took a batleth to college once for a speech. We had a public speaking class, so I did a speech on Klingon weapons. So I had a batleth, a mechleth, and the that other one. I
And you
forget.
got past security?
Well,
Good
it
for
was
you.
it was 1998. They didn't care back then. I sold knives out of the back of my Jeep for
Wow.
2 semesters.
Yeah, wow. Wow,
Yeah.
dude, wow.
It was a different time.
Yes,
I
it was.
put a fake bomb on my professor's door as a joke.
Wow. That would not go over well with me if you did that
As
to me.
This was 1998, 1999. I had some extra clay, a blinking LED, and a circuit board and a battery left over. So I soldered it up, and
So you made it look like C5. Great.
Yes.
Good job.
well, he was an electrical engineering professor, so he should have realized right away that a single AA battery is not enough voltage to ignite explosive. So it shouldn't have ever been an issue, and it wasn't. He got a good laugh out of it, and now
never do that
everything
to
was
your English
fine.
Professor, that would not be a good idea. Folks, don't try this at home, folks. We don't.
Well, I
recommend
wouldn't
this.
suggest
Don't
doing it
endorse
to any professor anymore.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it was just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to criticize. I used to blow up mailboxes when I was a kid. So.
Oh
in the
my.
90s. Oh yeah, Viking is supposed to.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh man.
I have a friend who's just going to pop in here for a sec. Let's just say hello.
Hello.
Look at that handsome fella.
Hello.
I just thought that was a funny picture.
Nice.
He's a handsome fellow. He's very cute.
Oh man.
He's like famous.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nerd. I just love that he's a nerd.
I liked A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh yeah, it's funny.
I think I've watched it 10 times already.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Was it 1,000,000 or was it 1,000 Ways to Die? What was
I
it?
think it was 1 million, but
Million?
it didn't have 1 million deaths in it though. So it's false advertising.
Didn't even have 1,000.
There wasn't enough time.
But Bird of
Yeah.
Prey can tell us how many deaths there were in Picard season 1.
oh god.
Yeah.
Bird has a body count.
Spoilers.
88
Right
plus
away.
Charly.
four.
Right away.
Yeah.
Say that again, Bird.
88 plus all the Borg that died in space,
Wow.
Yeah.
which was uncountable.
So there's 88
Yeah, there's something like a
murders.
little
88
minor
murders and suicides.
Real deaths or fake deaths? Like,
I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's one, the very last one, we don't see a body. So they may come back next season, but I think they certainly seem like they were dead. But I would say 87 for certain, 88 in all likelihood.
Can I just interrupt to say that I have to skedaddle, but I wanted to thank the panel today for a very interesting conversation. I enjoyed myself, and I wanted to thank the chat for being engaging and open and just, generally being cool. And yeah,
And thank you, Raquel, for being so awesome and sharing with us and being
please be
so.
kind to each other. Please just be nice to each other and give other people the benefit of the doubt and just be kind and aspire again. Try to be better tomorrow than you were today and genuinely do it just for yourself. Don't be afraid to be edified, to be humble, and be great people. I love you all. I had a great time.
Hey.
I love you, PJ.
Hey Raquel.
Love you, Raquel.
Yeah.
Hi, Raquel. It's good talking with you.
Take care.
That was Wednesday.
Tell everybody what we got coming up Thursday, girl.
Oh yes, please.
Thursday we're
It's something very
starting
special.
season 2 of Battlestar Galactica. That is on the Supreme Heretics channel. It's the Pegasus Actual podcast. Please join us because it's a panel of professional writers and editors, and we discuss each and every episode as writers and editors, and then we discuss it like fans. So it's a really cool panel, and yeah, please join us.
Absolutely.
And do you guys have any guests on Thursday?
We are efforting to get Simone on with us Thursday. That's not 100%. I do have to cross the T's, dot the I's, and get back with her. But either way, we've got a definite good show in store because it's going to be awesome. I'm going to share a little bit of what I found out from Katie's Q&A today, and we're just going to have Ball breaking down the first episode of season 2 because it's getting really good. So I can't wait for that. And Raquel, thank you so much because
I love you guys. I'm so sorry that I'm leaving, but you know what? UPS just arrived here with my groceries.
Go.
All of my groceries are outside on my front step. So I have to go and get them. This is the COVID-19, guys. Anyways, bless you all. Rock this chat. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Night,
Good night,
Raquel.
Raquel. Thanks.
Have a good day.
She's been waiting, I think, right, Drew? She's been waiting like 2 weeks for her groceries, right?
Yeah, man, that's crazy. This whole thing has got everything thrown off. I know, like over here, like even at Walmart, if you try to get on the list for pickup or even like the delivery, man, it's crazy. It's like up to like 3-week wait. Over where I'm at right now, so it's crazy. I just go to the store because the Walmart, even though like it's like so ghetto, but I go to this Walmart because it's like right by my house. So
I just go to the store.
Yeah.
But, I actually looked at the COVID stats today, and Norway has had about 150 deaths roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden is closing in on 1,000. That's just across the border.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're doing something wrong, and we're doing something right. And there's no forced quarantine. It's more like almost like an honor system going on, right? Just you keep your distance and be sensible about it.
Yeah. And that's a thing, though, Stig. I think they're just they're trying to reinforce it a lot here because again there's just some people that are going to go out and be knuckleheads, and unfortunately you get that a lot in America. But for the most part, most people have enough common sense. They're going by the guidelines. And
I've been on Christie's channel,
mm-hmm.
and we've been looking at that people at Walmart website.
Oh, good. Yeah. I know.
It's not giving me a good impression of America at Walmart, to be honest.
Brother,
guys, let me just introduce Bushmaster Tyrone. He's joining us for the first time. Tyrone.
G'day, guys. How are you today?
Hi.
From where are you calling us from, Tyrone? Where are you joining us from?
I'm in Australia, guys. So I am in the future for you. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
The only people that know anything before I do are the New Zealanders. So it's pretty cool to be here.
It's funny. Stig, he sounds kind of like Lethal. It's funny.
Who's Lethal?
Lethal Lightning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a fellow Aussie.
So
hey,
yeah,
let me
Walmart
just say, PJ, congratulations on hitting 2,000, mate.
Thanks,
I don't know how you're not on 10,000 or more. I stumbled across your channel, and I don't even know how, but I think one of the first videos I saw of yours was Garrett Wang, and I thought, who the hell's this PJ guy to get Garrett Wang on? Like, what's going on here? And I started watching all your stuff because I loved the Orville from the very first, and I got onto your channel and I was like, this guy gets awesome guests. He's got great panels. The chat is so awesome. So it really is. It's a privilege to be here, mate. So thank you for all that you do, and congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much. That's very nice. Very kind words, Tyrone. Thank you. I learned from the best, from Bird of Prey.
Yeah, well done, Bob. Good to be in your company, mate.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, man. You know, we're rocking it tonight. We got good people on this panel. Got good people in the chat.
Aw.
Yeah, guys, by the way, Nerd Cookies is got his great channel. I put it up there. If you guys haven't done Nerd Cookies, sub to Nerd Cookies, please do. And one day Nerd Cookies will let us see her maybe one day.
Well, all I can say, you know, about Nerd Cookies is, yeah, she has a great channel. Anything Dune related, she has covered. And with everything ramping up for when Dune comes out, make sure that you go by her channel, because she has really good, solid, in-depth videos about characters, about lore, anything you could want about Dune right now. So go check her out. She is a rising star, you guys. She's a rising star in the fandom. She's like she's hanging out around Fourth Wave. She's hanging out around some of the different chats in the fandom. And she's just a great, great person. So make sure.
Aww. Thank you.
Channel for sure.
Thank you so much. Well, your support helps so much. Thank you.
I got to say too that Stig gets on for the amount of Stig is like the most popular guy in the whole fandom menace. Not really to be. You're like everywhere, man.
I see you everywhere, Stig. Yeah.
I have problems saying no, and you know, I'm the only Viking, so I'm like a diversity checkbox.
Yeah, we gotta get the token Viking casting in.
Yeah,
but
you know, the only reason I'm on Twitter and YouTube or whatever is I just enjoy talking to people about nerdy stuff. That's all there is. Mm-hmm. I'm not looking for subs or to feed my channel or, you know, anything like that. I just enjoy talking to nice people about nerdy stuff.
What do you have, Stig? You have like 0 content and you still have something like 100 some subs?
Oh, no. I had 8 minutes of content and I had 200 and something, and now I'm at 240, almost 250. But the other day,
245 now.
Yeah, the other day I just uploaded a bunch of retro stuff, you know, old cartoon episodes and stuff. It's probably going to get in trouble, but I don't care.
But you know, everybody enjoys having Stig on their panel because you know, Stig is just he's got such a soothing voice, but he's also a very knowledgeable man, you know, and he knows his stuff, you know, whether it be Star Wars, whether it be Star Trek, whether, you know, even, you know, talking to MCU, he knows it. And, you know,
to be honest, I don't know that much. Star Wars that's really my thing, but I'm always learning about, you know, Marvel and whatever else, because I'm on panels with people that know a lot, and I'm not afraid to ask.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Just ask if you're wondering something.
Hey, Louise. Good night. Have a good one, my friend.
Tyrone, do you have a channel?
I don't yet, mate. I appeared in Twitter as Billy T, Bushmaster Billy T, with the idea that I would do a channel in the future, just with my friends having fun. Yeah, I joined the YouTube community with my real life name, and then I realized that I was getting involved with a lot of chats, and I kept that as it was instead of grabbing a handle. So everyone knows me as Tyrone Beard, and that's who I am in real life. But yeah, I haven't got a channel yet. perhaps one day in the future. But I do get around a lot. So,
Yeah, he does, man.
Tyrone gets around.
Yeah, I've seen him pop in on Wednesdays when we do Bounding into Comics chat on the Bounding into Comics channel. He pops in there quite a bit, and Tyrone, you're a solid guy, man. I like you.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Drew.
All over. And out of respect, I won't do my Australian accent.
If I tried to do that,
Mate, have a go.
Now I
Have
want
a
to
go.
hear it.
I'm always impressed to hear it. Yeah, do it. Do it.
It's Aussie old prey here. I'm down here in Australia with the roos and the dingoes and the shrimp
mate,
on the
that's-
barbie.
Nah, just don't say shrimp on the Barbie. That ruins it. But because we don't do that. We just do not do it. It's not a thing. They're bloody prawns, mate. We call them prawns.
Prawns.
But,
you gotta forgive me. I'm from my mother's from Tasmania, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm in mongrel.
But you're every bit as good as Doomcock, and he does voices and accents quite well. But your Aussie is as good as his Aussie.
nice.
High praise.
Yeah,
indeed.
Or Doomcock's Aussie isn't so great either way.
Take it how you will, mate. Take it how you will.
Guys, if you're not subbed to Bird of Prey's second channel, Bird of Prey X, I'm putting that up. So nobody's
Bird of Prey 5X to be technical.
Bird of Prey 5X actually. Yeah. So
Thank
put
you.
that if because there's nobody here is probably subbed to that. So please sub to Bird of Prey.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna bounce because I'm gonna eat something, and I've got some editing work to do here in the background because people submitted some stuff. So,
thanks, Drew, for thanks for hanging out, and I'm gonna get one more opinion with these guys on what we first started talking about.
no problem. Tyrone, it was good talking to you a little bit, and Bird of Prey, always good seeing you, man.
Take care.
Elaine, I can't say enough good things about you. Keep doing what you're doing, girl. You're awesome.
Oh, thanks, man. Good talking with you too.
And Stig, much love, my friend. We talk all the time anyway, here or there. So I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Drew, thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it. You have an awesome night, my friend.
Yeah, good hanging out with you, mate. Cheers.
Yep.
Take care and be well.
Yeah, will do,
Thanks a lot, Drew.
Yep. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Good night, Drew. Let me get your opinion on this, guys. Ann Winters is the new crew member on the Orville, and Elaine and I and the rest of the crew were talking about the rest of the gang. We're talking about what hypothetically what might how might she fit in? Is she going to be a civilian? Is she going to be a crew member? Is she going to be? So, any ideas?
I've only seen season 1, so I don't know. Maybe she's going to be an alien. That would be fun.
You can't cover a beautiful face up like that with too much prosthetics, though. I don't know. It would suck if she came in as a krill. Put it that way.
She just looks so much like a younger
Or
Kelly
Lachlan.
to me.
Yeah, or Lachlan. Yeah.
Bird, you said a younger Kelly?
She just looks so much like a younger Kelly to me. I don't think there's a part for her as a younger Kelly, but
well, before you got here, people were saying that she might be related. Elaine, you want to give some of the theories that they were talking about?
Yeah, some are thinking that she was either Kelly's sister or through some sort of time issue that this is actually Ed and Kelly's daughter. So somehow she's going to be brought here.
that's interesting.
So she could be either one.
If she dyed her hair more red, she would make a good Batgirl.
I don't know. Maybe just the way, because in this picture it doesn't look too much like Kelly. Just that one picture with the with the green shirt, I definitely see it. I don't know. I'm guessing I'm going to go with the easy one, that she's probably the bridge officer to sit next to Gordon, because they don't have a permanent person at that position. That would be my guess. And I hope she does. I hope she doesn't end up in a relationship with anyone immediately. You know, let it go on a few seasons. Not everybody has to hook up.
Well, can you imagine if she was next to Gordon? No one would get any work done.
You know what would be
I
fun?
would pilot the ship.
If she hits on everyone and nobody's interested. Leave me alone, lady.
She has really bad breath or something.
Tyrone, what do you think?
Yeah, I like the idea of that. I can see Gordon falling for it, but I would. I think it would be great if Gordon was completely not interested in her and she was a bit of a Gordon towards him. She was a bit of a Gordon towards him, and I think that would be an interesting awkward dynamic. But I don't know. I think she has a good foundation, play a solid character in this, and it'd be interesting to see what they do with her and where they go with her.
Maybe she was Gordon's stalker.
Could be, yeah. I love that.
Because he was too needy.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He didn't he get dumped by his stalker, he said?
Yeah, she said he was too needy or something.
That'd be fun.
And John will be like, dude, WTF, that's your stalker?
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if she would be on the bridge because of that. Because of maybe the dynamic with Gordon. I don't know how that would play out.
She'd be under the bridge, watching him with binoculars.
You know.
And I think we've already had the awkward relationship dynamic played out well enough with Ed and Kelly anyway. I don't think they want to try and replicate anything like that. So, yeah, I'm just excited. I can't wait, man. Like, because we get it on free to air here in Australia, but we get it a little bit later. So I always have to play a bit of catch up with it. But yeah, I might end up taking out a subscription for it this season.
As much as I don't want it to happen, really every attractive woman posted to the ship, Ed did go for. I mean, there was Priya, there was the Krill woman.
That's true.
And there was young Kelly. Every single one Ed tried, successfully.
She's kind of young. I don't know. You think she's a little young for him?
And I think he would have been with Alara had she stayed a little longer.
Really?
I think Alara always had something for Ed from the first episode. I think she was always trying to get a little closer to Ed, I think.
Ed? Ew.
I know. Though they were really dating in real life. But I don't know, I always felt like she
they were dating in real life?
Yeah. That's why that's probably the reason she left the show.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Weird.
I think Seth dated half the female cast, didn't he?
He what?
He dated a couple of members of the cast.
I think so. Well, Gordon and Kelly were married and divorced at one point in real life too.
So that lends a whole new light to the whole conversation they have in the corridor, where he's like, no, I got your back. I fully gave you a big talk up. So that's cool.
Yeah, between first and second season, or right after second season, they got married, and then they were literally divorced 3 weeks later or 2 months later. It was one of those record Hollywood short marriages. But apparently, they were still friends, so it's all okay.
It's all good.
Well, it really is such a good dynamic on the show. That everyone seems to get along, whether they have had relationships outside of the show, outside of the series, but or within the show, they seem to just get along so well, and it's such a good dynamic between all the characters. I think that's one of the things that drew me into the Orville, is just how likable and relatable and realistic the characters are. It's not forced, like everything in Star Trek at the moment just seems so forced and manufactured. It's like, try harder to fail, guys, seriously. Whereas the Orville just makes everything easy. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think for me, it was when Ed was sitting down in front of the Orville and says, "Can I have a mint?" and spits the stone out a second later, I was hooked. From then on, I was like, I think this show has legs, and it really has. It's run a good race so far, and I think it's certainly going to pip New Trek. That's for sure. And as a hardcore Trekkie, I find that really hard to say, but Seth's come out, and this is where real genius, real passion, and real, I guess, like a real belief in creating something good for a real audience comes into play, because that's what he's done. He's utilized all of that to create something wonderful. And we're just not seeing that for anyone on any couch or any chair in Star Trek at the moment. They are just not coming to the party and not delivering. So full credit to Seth. I have nothing but great appreciation and admiration for everything he's brought to a fairly sick genre, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think no matter what Ann Winters ends up being as part of the story, I mean, he's such a good writer. These characters are so complex. The stories are so interesting and just so engrossing that no matter what she ends up being, I think it's going to be a really great addition. And I'm really excited, which is something I can't say about Star Trek right now, fortunately. But I'm just so excited for when season 3 drops.
Let me ask you guys this question, and I've asked Bird several times, but I'm going to ask the rest of you. It's assuming they're planning to delay season 3 because of everything that's going on. Would you guys prefer if they pretty much stuck to the schedule and just give us a split season, half at the beginning and then the other half when they're ready to put it out? Or would you guys want them to postpone the whole thing and put it out together?
I'd be fine with just putting whatever they have out there. We need to get something. And then we could debate about it and discuss it until the rest of the season comes out.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of good shows that I love to watch dropping everything all at once that I can binge in one day, because that means I talk about it for a day. I like to be able to talk about this stuff for a whole year, and I want that anticipation of having to wait a whole week for an episode. I do like that about my shows. Sure, I really appreciate being able to have a bit of a binge, especially during these current times on a lot of things. That's fantastic. But I think when it comes to releasing a show, I really feel that you can undo a lot of your good work by just throwing it out there in one slab. So I would prefer to see them do it.
So Tyrone,
trickle it out.
They're definitely going to put it out week at a time. But so the question is, would you prefer that they suppose they only have half the season ready to be put out? Would you prefer that they give us half a season and then, like some other shows have done, give us the other half like 4 months later or whenever they're ready?
Oh yeah, bring it on now. No, yeah, absolutely, bring it out now. I'm sure they won't rush it. I think Seth has too much integrity, and I think he's invested too much in this to screw it up with trying to rush things and make it sloppy. So yeah, I trust his judgment on that for sure.
I mean, and shows have done that before, like the mid-season finale. You know, they would, I don't know, back when shows were like 20 episodes or something a season.
That's right. That has been
So it's
done
not
quite a bit,
unusual.
hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hello,
Hello.
Alexander.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome.
G'day, mate.
Hola, Alexander.
Yes.
Hi.
I'm here to agree with Bird of Prey.
On anything, right?
Not anything, but everything you will say about science fiction.
Do you want a split season? And I didn't hear a Stig either. What do you want a split season if they have to postpone the Orville, or do you want them just to put out the whole thing when it's ready?
Well, I'm one season behind anyway, so I have a season to watch. But in general, for any TV show, really, I think people just need to accept that patience is a virtue nowadays, right? Things will get postponed and whatever, but I guess now is a good time to catch up on shows you haven't watched, and older movies and stuff like that, or read books. I mean, that's the way the world is now. You simply have to wait. And of course, that means you can discuss what you think might happen in a new season for a while longer, which is good for any fan of a franchise, right? Because there's still going to be news and things like that.
What do you think, Alexander?
I totally agree, but I think it was a really bad idea to do a comics named Conan 2099. So I just discovered that, and I disagree. It was not a good project.
Oh, Alexander.
But for the rest, I agree with Bird of Prey.
And just for those who weren't here the other times, I agree with the split season. I prefer that than waiting 6 more months for the entire thing. I actually think the split season works out well. I wish they were doing that the entire time.
But now with the stream system, like the concept of a number of episodes in a season, this is really like arbitrary. You can do what you want. I mean, the question is that you work with what you have, and in a special situation like that, it's better for you to do a shorter season and do a longer season, maybe when the situation will be better. And I think this is the case for any kind of entertainment on streaming. It's a time where, like we were forced to count as by months or by weeks to produce something, and I think this is not anymore. I mean, I watching like even in DVD time. When everything started to be on DVD, people was doing like a marathon of teleseries, and I myself did a marathon of teleseries. I watched the 211 episode of The Lone Ranger in the 50s. So you see that the time doesn't count pretty much now.
So Alexander, this is this young lady here is the newest addition to the Orville crew. Have you watched the Orville?
No, but she will be a really good addition, and I think to any series. I mean, disregarding the season, I mean, this is someone you want to recruit anyway. I mean, she will have a great career, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I guess they agreed. The casting, because they cast her, so I guess they agreed with you.
Yes, of course. Whoever will be the caster, I will cast her I will give her a mini character. Like there was 3 Soji, so we can have her 7 times on the show. That's not a problem.
What were the names of the 3 Soji? Dodge,
Soji, and the third one I don't remember the name. That was evil.
Sutra or something.
Sutra and Dodge, and then Jana, which we never actually saw, but we
But
saw
Sutra
a picture of.
I mean, they are all look alike, but they are look identical. But Sutra was really sexier. She was.
You like that gold skin?
Yes, but also, I mean, her outfit was giving her a lot of more, as I can say. We were more aware of hot that
Curves.
Yes.
More curves were visible.
That was absolutely amazing. I mean, but this is not 7 of 9, of course. 7 of 9. 7 of 9 should be at least 5 times in all series, including CSI New York, even if I don't watch it.
Let me ask all you guys, what was your
I'm sorry, BJ.
Go ahead, Bert. Go ahead.
You should tell Alexander where 7 of 9 Jerry Ryan is starring now. He's a big Jerry Ryan fan. Her new.
Yes.
Oh, should I?
Yeah, right.
I would.
I'm going to show him. All right. So what you probably saw this on Twitter, but
I'm even a big fan of Dracula 2000 because of Jerry Ryan.
Really?
Ryan.
So what do you guys think about the fact that now 7 of 9 is MacGyver's evil aunt?
That's the greatest evil aunt I saw in my life.
Oh my.
Do you watch MacGyver, Alexander?
No, but we'll start to.
You will now.
Now she's now MacGyver is a masterpiece.
So Orville, what you're saying is that she's an antagonist?
Yeah, so she actually, it's pretty funny because it's like she's like trying to depopulate Earth for the greater good, like with like some kind of
conspiracy theory, I think.
Yeah, so she's basically his evil aunt. Yeah.
Is that his dad's sister?
His mom's sister.
Oh, his mom's sister.
Yeah. Do you guys watch this? Do any of you watch this show?
So his mom is also Jerry Ryan, but a little bit different.
I watched it until, let's see, a few episodes. When did Jack leave? His friend? George Eads?
Yeah, last season. I miss him.
I have no problem if Jerry Ryan depopulate the population if this is for repopulate the planet with her. I have no damn problem.
So she wants to.
She wants to be Thanos. She wants to be Thanos. She wants to take away half of all life so that the environment recovers and basically everything that's going on now happens.
Because we haven't heard that before.
Sounds like a woke Bond villain.
I got people that believe that their vaccine are like are for putting chips under the skin and kill people. So anyway, that's not a problem. This is Jerry Ryan. It would be good.
Tyrone, do you ever watch this show?
I have never watched it, so I can't offer any insightful or meaningful feedback at all. Sorry, mate.
Zachary watches it.
Zachary Gibbons, he eyed me in the screen. I'm not there anymore. But Zachary Gibbons said that I would rather have Jar Jar Binks on the Orville Nation. It's not true. I think the new actress and Jar Jar Binks can be together without any problem in the Orville. I think why one against the other? What are you talking about, Zachary? Please.
So I wanted to ask you guys what were your high points and your low points for Picard? What about let me start with Tyrone. What was your high points, or did you see Picard?
Oh, of course, mate. My high points, I think, was the anticipation for the show. I thought, thank goodness we're going to have something that's going to maybe rectify the nonsense, the mess that was Star Trek Disgracery. I thought there was a real chance to salvage Star Trek, to bring it back, and I was hopeful. I think, as most Star Trek fans are, Star Trek is about hope. And so, yeah, I was excited. That was a high point for me, the anticipation of the show. My low point was having to ask myself within the first few minutes of the show, who the frack is this guy? This is not Jean-Luc Picard. You can't call a show Picard based on Captain Jean-Luc Picard and make him the, I'm not even going to use the word man, make him the individual that he was in that show. He was a useless reduction of a character, a redundancy almost in his own show. I have so much respect for Patrick Stewart as an actor. I would say, depending on the day of the week though, Picard was my favorite captain in TNG. So my low point was my introduction to him. And that I'm not even going to go into plot and theme and tone of the show in general. I just say they ruined it for me by ruining Picard. And I did that all without swearing once, I think.
Good job.
So, yeah, good job, man.
Poor Nerd Cookies is not done. Elaine's not done watching it. Where are you at?
I've watched a little bit into episode 5.
Okay. So what would you
the
pick as your
beginning.
high and lows from 1 to 5?
I really liked the premiere, actually. The first episode was great. I liked it was intriguing, well paced. There were some things, I wasn't sure about as far as the story goes with the attack on Mars and the Romulan evacuation. That whole thing was confusing as far as why this issue even exists. So I was hoping for more information on that. But it was a well-crafted pilot, by itself. And that was the best part. And then episode 2 happened, and it was just so boring. It was so boring, and it looked like definitely different writers to me, because the pacing was completely different. Everything was different. The dialogue and how the exposition was different. It was just not well done. And I'm having trouble just finishing it because I'm just so bored right now, and things are forced. Like the relationship between Soji and the Narek, I think is his name. Mm-hmm. I don't believe it. There's just nothing in there that makes me even care about it in their relationship. Mm-hmm. And it's just not good storytelling. They're relying on other things about the messaging and instead of actually crafting a cohesive story that belongs in this universe.
Did you happen to hear, by the way, I know you haven't seen it, but did you happen to hear who 7 of 9 ends up with, relationship-wise?
Yes, and, well, I guess it's implied. They hold hands or something, right?
Yeah, apparently
is there anything like...
Jerry Ryan's confirmed it, apparently, that's what it is.
Yeah. And I have heard about the actor that portrays the Elrond-looking character, and I forget his name now. The Romulan elf.
Elnor, I think. Right?
Yeah, and I heard or I read interviews with him saying that he, hasn't explored his sexuality and he could, do whatever, I guess, in that regard. And it's just, that's not what crafting a character is. It's not basing who you are based on your sexual preferences or just the agenda that you want to push. Like what happened to just crafting a story, crafting complex, intricate characters that we're interested in, that we care about. And I just don't feel any of that, and I feel like we're getting a lot of, dystopian vibes from other shows. Star Trek had its own thing. It was unique. And I feel like they're trying too hard to try to be other sci-fi properties, and it's just not working out well.
Oh, wow.
That's just me.
What about you, Stig?
Not a huge Star Trek fan to begin with. I watched all the movies, but I haven't.
Yeah, watched Picard.
I haven't watched any of the shows, but from what I hear from Star Trek fans, I dodged a bullet because it's
pretty much
getting the Star Wars treatment, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
From what I've seen. As far as like Luke was yelled at, he was portrayed as this, elderly, kind of doddering old man. being yelled at.
He was a hobo.
Yeah, and it feels like they put too much on Picard. They don't respect him, and they blame him for like the problems in the galaxy. Like,
Did you
he's
feel,
just one
Elaine,
person.
Elaine, did you feel that every woman in the series is mad at Picard?
Yes, like extremely so. Like, you can't even deny it. There's just no, yeah, it's just so in your face. And I don't appreciate these characters. I mean, if they are trying to craft like strong, intricate female characters, why are they presenting us with these ones that wield their power in not a good way as far as the treatment of Picard, and then the other Rafi, is that her name?
Yeah.
I don't like the way she talks to Picard. She calls him JL. I hate that. And yeah, she's portrayed as just, she's a hobo basically. And she is a Starfleet officer. There is no want anymore. There's no want for material possessions. But the way she was treating Picard, like, you're living it up in your high life in your vineyard, and I'm over here in my hovel. Like, you can live wherever you want. There's no want for material things. You don't have to live like that. But they changed it. They changed the whole thing of what Star Trek is, just the fundamental things. And I don't know what they were trying to say here, but I don't know.
Yeah. Bert Alexander, what do you guys were your highs and lows of the series?
My high point was definitely Laris and Zhaban. I really liked those characters. They were in the first few episodes. Now, I'd read the comic book, so I had some idea what their backstory was.
Okay.
There was 3 issues of a Picard Countdown comic book that were supposed to be canon and kind of gave the backstory on everything. So yeah, Laris and Zhaban, I'd say were my favorite part, and the low part just, I guess, sunk kind of lower each episode, and ultimately ending up with that ridiculous imagination tool in the final episode that literally just does anything you can think of. It does it. It fixes ships. It creates ships out of thin air. Whatever you want it to do, you just have to imagine real hard, and it works. I thought
Let me just say bye to Nerd Cookies. Elaine, thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye, Nerd Cookies.
Thank you so much for having me on. This was so fun.
Thank you, Elaine. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Nerd Cookies. That was great.
Oh, thank you. Good talking with you guys.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Thanks, Elaine.
I have to pop off as well.
Sure.
I'm starving and I need food.
Thanks for joining us, Stig.
Always a pleasure to be on, and thank you to everyone who was on and everyone in the chat, and for being good company.
Awesome, my friend. You have a good night. Thanks for joining us, Stig.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah, great hanging out with you. See ya. Just on something that Nerd Cookies was saying, I think it's interesting when she was talking about what's his name, Pixie Boy, developing his sexuality. I think it's interesting. That's it. Yeah. I think it's interesting when we look at how 7 of 9 was developing her sexuality in Voyager, when she's coming more in touch with her humanity. She accosts Harry Kim. Remember, she says, "Do you wish to procreate?" And there's a couple of scenes where 7 tries to get it on, and then there's the whole Chakotay thing, where she has a romantic attraction, and it was one of those things where we saw that gradual growth of a character. Excuse me, and I think what they've just done is just thrown it in your face right now with that last scene in that episode where it's just, where are we going with this and why? Are you serious?
Yeah, it is in your face. It really is. Absolutely. But Alexander, what about you? What did you?
Yeah, I think that the best part of the series is when 7 of 9 become a board queen. But it's not enough long. It should be longer. She should kick the ass of everybody with her cube, but it didn't happen. And I think that everything with triplet Soji is very interesting. But I mean, I like 7 of 9. So, and I think the down part is the fact that the cube with 7 of 9 as a boss is not enough long. That's it should be longer and not kill all the drones in 1 second. Just after that, they said, we are Borg, and kill them. I was really, it's not good. So it'd be good to let them fight, because the Borg is cool.
Yeah, Bird of Prey, did you count those Borg drones in your body count, Picard body count?
No, I just said to call them X because there was no way to count it. So my final number was 86 plus X, and then somebody pointed out I missed 2, so it's actually 88 plus X.
I understand why the Borg are screaming. I mean, that's the first time I hear a Borg screaming, because when they open the cube, we hear like scream like, "Yee!" But that's the Borg. The Borg never scream. As I know, you can kill them and they just fall. And we saw them when she's the other Borg, like with no implants. They are fighting they are fighting the Romulan woman. I mean, even they get shot on everything, they say nothing. I mean, they don't scream. But when they open the Borg cube, we hear like that's weird. That part is weird, but they should have keep that at least for a complete episode, like to have the Borg cube. I don't know, chase the Romulans or something like that. I hope that we will, because the Borg cube, I don't believe that the Borg cube is destroyed. I mean, it just fell on the planet, and the way the Borgs are able to rebuild their stuff, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they even don't need to have the drones to rebuild a lot of parts. The cube is just repairing himself.
Yeah, that's right. And I think with that as well, we can look at how much havoc 7 of 9 caused. I think it's in Raven when she steals the shuttlecraft and traverses through very territorial species space. And that's just in a shuttlecraft. She's got a full Borg cube, and I know it's not 100% operational, but she's got that at her disposal with a direct interlink with it. And I cannot understand how she wasn't able to. Like, it just doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't really at all to me.
Yeah, give her all of an hours. I mean, I saw like. I know that comics are not canon, but I have a comics name. He's more on my wall, False Color, and where the story is that they arrive with Voyager, like, and they are like a piece of ships. All of them are Borg ships, and the rest is random ships. They don't really understand what it is. And they discovered that an alien species took Borg piece of a destroyed cube, and they and their new big ship of that species that is unknown, is kind of Pirates, is built from all of the technology of the Borg. So they want to scavenge Voyager, and in fact, with 2 other member of Crew 7 of 9, stream beam herself in the ship, and she take contact and she connect with the part of the ship, the technology of the Borg, because drones are only a part of the Borg. In fact, the Borg is a complete entity when the drone are not, or where the drone are just piece of technology as all the rest. So she took contact with it, and she took the control of all of the ship. And at some point, she succeeded to push the technology of the ship that is part of the Borg to the rest of the ship to separate. That is, bring that the part of the ship is fighting the Borg part of the ship that's separate from the rest of the ship. They are fighting each other and there are no drones inside because they separate 7 of 9 from it. And the rest of the part of the technology alone called for help to a Borg cube, complete Borg cube that is coming to help them. So it's mean that at some point, even if you have only one drone in the cube, if we follow that logic, the cube can repair himself at 100%, even if you don't assimilate anybody or anything. And she was not alone in the cube; she had other people with her. So I don't. That's the Borg. I mean, is an unbeatable entity. You just need one drone becoming a kind of queen, and after that, and this is 7 of 9 this time, so she will not assimilate everybody, but she at some point she could do it. She could alone with the cube to take all the Romulans, in fact, without any problem.
Let me ask you guys a question. I beat Bird over the head with this like 10 times already, but I want to ask Alex and Tyrone, what you guys thought about the space flowers and the fact that they are in the intro to Star Trek Discovery.
I don't care. Don't care about this.
I'm glad Bird Prey went first because, yeah, I'm of the same mindset. Sorry, Bird, go ahead.
I don't care about the. I'm not someone that forcefully that people are like taking series, complete series, and they are like nitpicking everything. I take what I like and I don't care about the rest. So, I mean, I'm I'm a high spot like fan. So when I get that flower stuff, I don't care. I just don't care. I take 7 of 9 and I let the flowers beside. So that's the point. If someone have comments about the flowers, just comment about them.
I get it. Did you want to say anything, Tyrone?
No. I think that episode was perhaps the one I fell asleep to most. I feel a little bit guilty by accidentally or inadvertently inflating the viewership of Picard because it was at least 5 times per episode I had to view it on Prime. It put me to sleep every night. It came out here at about 12:30 in the AM here in Australia. So it was a little bit after you guys had your release in the States and over there. But I fell asleep to it every single episode at least 5 times. And that episode just, I think I fell asleep 5 times in the first 10 minutes of it. So I'd start again, fall asleep, start again, fall. And I just, man, I finally forced myself to watch it during the day when I had some time, and I had to watch it on my phone because I was busy. I was out and about, and it did nothing for me on the small screen. That's for sure. So yeah, I can't really talk much about it other than it is a very effective sleep inducer.
Okay, I'm not even going to ask Bird because I've already. He's probably sick about hearing about the space flowers. But,
PJ, I'm really interested to know your thoughts on where we're going to see Ann Winters play, because I know, having watched all your vids, you did explore a lot and made me think, oh shit, I didn't even see that. A lot of the character parallels between Star Trek and the Orville, and so I'm curious to see what you think, mate. And I might have missed it because I just did miss the beginning of this stream.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, we have honestly, we have no idea, and we have very little information. But so before, when we started the stream, we were talking about. I was trying to break it down into 2 possibilities. Is she going to be a member of the crew, or is she going to be a civilian or other? And so I posed that question to you guys. Do you guys think she's going to be a member of the crew, or do you guys think, like, we just got Marina Sirtis? I mean, Marina Sirtis is part of the crew. We just got her added as a teacher. So if I pose that question to you guys, what do you guys think? Member of the crew or not?
I don't even really want to hazard a guess. I'm just excited. I'm just excited to watch it. You know, it's one of those things with the Orville is, and it's the same with Star Trek, is the anticipation of things. I don't like to think too much ahead with Star Trek. I like to be surprised. I don't like to think too much ahead with the Orville either. When stories are told well, it's the anticipation for that story and then the reward when something doesn't go maybe the way you thought it might, or you know, they do something deeper or more imaginatively or more spectacularly. I'm always surprised. Well, I used to always be surprised by Star Trek, and I'm always surprised by the Orville. So yeah, I don't want to think too much about it.
I think that. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that there's. I don't know. I can't really put my. We don't really know, but I would say that somehow, in some way, they're going to innovate something with her. I don't know what it is, but they're gonna try to be original. A lot of people are saying maybe she's a counselor. Some people are saying maybe she's related to Kelly. Maybe physically she could be related to Kelly. I think it's possible. Maybe Ed, I don't know. What do you think, Alexander? Is she a member of the crew or is she not?
I think that she can be a member of the crew or anything else. It doesn't matter. She needs to be there.
Bird, what do you think? Is she a member of the crew or not?
Bird is sleeping.
Bird might be sleeping.
It happens. It happens.
It happened to me once.
He sleep during the stream. This is part of the show. Sleeping.
Yeah. Actually, guys, I'm gonna have to wrap it up myself.
After 5 hours.
Yeah. But I want to say thanks to Tyrone and to Alexander. You guys I don't think we've been on together before. So it was an honor to have you guys here.
Yes.
Oh, mate, it was a privilege. It was great. Thank you for having us.
And I'd like to have you guys on earlier on a stream, but have you guys on earlier another day.
Yes.
Always down for it, mate.
Well, we'll come back for sure. Speaking about 7 of 9.
I love the infatuation with 7 of 9. I mean, who isn't though? Seriously.
Yeah.
I have a boost of 7 of 9. I'm a big fan of 7 of 9 and Jerry Ryan generally.
I loved 7 of 9 in Boston Public as well. I thought she was awesome.
Oh. Oh, interesting. What time is it there, Tyrone?
Now it is just about to turn midday. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Time for me to get on with things.
Oh wow. And where are you, Alexander?
Sorry.
I'm in Quebec City.
That's right, in Quebec.
Bird woke up. Bird, you woke up.
Yeah, I woke up.
It's good. You have the right to sleep, no problem. Because now this is our life.
Yeah, so we're just saying good night, Bird.
Sorry about that. Good night.
No, that happens to me too. So thanks, guys. Again, I want to say thanks to Zachary and my chat's frozen up, so I can't even see who's in here. To Zachary and Jeff Franklin and Speaker of the Dead and everybody who was in here before earlier. So love to have you guys on a little bit earlier another day. Thanks, guys.
Thank you to all the people that was there.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.
Yeah,
have a
good
great
PJ.
night.
Thanks, guys.
Stay safe. Bye, guys.
Wash your hands and don't do the Momo challenge. It's important.
Good night, guys.
Good night, all.
And let me just end this. Good night, everybody. Everybody have a blessed night, day, wherever you are. Be safe. Good night, guys.